All right, I am here. Hello, how's it going, Concra, and everyone else who is here this early? Hope you're all doing well. All right, I am very sleep deprived. I woke up. I didn't sleep very well. Well, when I woke up, I didn't sleep very well, which was like at midnight, so I just got up. Um, I played some games, hung out on social media, and then for a bit, and then like 5 hours later, which is a terrible thing to do. Then I tried to sleep again, and I didn't sleep super well. Uh, I set my alarm kind of early, and then anyway, so I'm up. I just a lot of very spotty sleeping, so I already feel tired, but I think it'll be a good day. I tend to, I don't know. I I I think my art turns out pretty okay when I'm at a certain level of tiredness, which I know is silly, but I think it slows down my brain and I can just kind of work without getting distracted by other stuff. But at the same time, hopefully I can keep on reading chat and not be too yeah, and not ignore it too much. But yeah, no, I'm good. I think I'm good. Some interesting stuff I feel like has happened kind of recently, but I don't know, not really. It's been yeah. It's all everything's good. How are you, Conqueror? And everyone else? I think I'm gonna do vertical paintings today. I'm feeling some tall boy paintings. They got the tall ones. I could do I could do regular ones like this, but I don't know. Yeah, let's do some tall paintings. What do I want to do? Also, my grid for some reason has like a weird line in it. Let's see if I can fix that. Let's turn that off. Just paint that in instead of redrawing it. Do they all have it? No, just that one. There we go. Okay. Time to art. What do I want to draw today? Hmm. What do I want to draw? I don't know. I'm not sure what I want to paint. I mean, I think if we're doing tall paintings, right? And I guess I should, or anyone who's watching this first time, maybe on YouTube or something, or maybe you're already here this early. I guess I can explain why I always stick to like the same sort of dimensions, whether I'm doing the landscape or portrait style layouts. It's mostly just for prints because I order prints from 4 by 6 inch prints, so I tend to set up my canvas in that size. I don't think it matters what size I start at all, but I guess I have a reason to start this size, so I do. But I think if I know a lot of people will just they don't actually start with sort of lines or borders at all, and so they just paint whatever. I actually don't like doing that. I like to give myself some boundaries. It helps me think of things like tangents and just compositional things. If you have like a square canvas and you have things pointing at the edges or like where things intersect and come in and off the page, I think are important. Also, like if you keep on just, if you have a painting and you put your focal point somewhere and then you keep on expanding the canvas, like suddenly stuff changes. I don't know. So I actually just like to start out with a square of some sort. Doesn't really matter what dimensions it is. I hear that square compositions are really hard to do, but they also are really good for Instagram. So I don't actually, or maybe not Instagram. I think some sites have thumbnails that are in squares. So when you click on them, then they'll show the actual size. I'm not sure if Instagram is always squares. I think it is. Aren't thumbnails on Instagram always squares? Maybe I'm wrong. Let me look. Am I confused? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, yeah. So they're always squares. So it would make sense to make paintings in this size if you wanted to post stuff on Instagram and never actually print it. I mean, obviously, once you click something, then it's a different size. Or like this one, which I uploaded today. Actually, I've uploaded a lot. So I've been uploading stuff like crazy. These have all been in like the last week and a half. And each of these are like old paintings or sketches. So I've been uploading a ton of past stream paintings. And then like this one has a bunch more other ones. This one I feel like should be its own painting. It's probably one of the more nice looking paintings or sketches I've done in a while. I feel like this one is on another level. Thank you. And which is weird to say about your own art. Okay. Ethan Willow, thank you so much for the follow. How are you? Hope you're doing well. All right, I'm gonna start painting. What do I paint? I need an idea. I need a suggestion, like a theme. Oh wait, no, I said a thing. I said I was gonna paint lava, and then I was mentioned how I had recently painted snow and lava, and like I oftentimes do like icy mountains with lava. And somebody recommended underwater lava, but I want to do like a foresty lava, like lots of green and reddish lava. So I want to do like a foresty scene with lava or something. I don't know. So yeah, some painting with at least one thumbnail is going to be a lava painting. But I still need more ideas, so if you have any, let me know. So I'm going to literally just start out putting green and red on the page. It's that simple. And just try to find a fun color palette. Although, if I do green and red, I feel like I have a few options. I have like smoky green, so lots of like subtle grays and stuff could be a thing. So greens and not very red. Or we could go like full on saturation mode. I don't know. I think I'm going to start with desaturated, and then I can try to color dodge and add stuff and see what happens. I'm literally just trying to pick a color palette right now. Maybe we'll shift the hue, maybe towards some yellow. Get some yellow-green in there. Which is going to make sense if it's illuminated by red. It'll get kind of orangey or something. Let's just fill the canvas with color. I don't have any idea of what I'm going to do for composition or anything, but I'm just making colors, moving it around. We'll put some... I feel like if I have... Let's just slap in some orange and red. Maybe just some random marks. Just starting... I feel like at this point I just want to find colors that work, which obviously red and green are, you know, not exactly a new or original idea, but, you know, not that it needs to be. Sometimes if something works. But I feel like there's going to be a lot of smoke. Maybe we'll get some bluish. Maybe everything will be very overcast and gray, but instead of gray, I'll just use like a little bit of, I don't know, very blue-gray. If it is a forest, though, I want to make sure there's like actual... So let's get some just foreground colors. I do want there to be lighting, though. I want to avoid purely overcast scenes. Because, I don't know, I find it really boring lately to just constantly do the same lighting. Like, if I go back to my Instagram here that I was showing, I feel like of all the scenes, so for example, this scene, no lighting, right? This is from like a year ago, so it makes sense. Again, this scene, no lighting. This scene, basically no light. It's basically just sunset, ambient light, right? There's no direct lighting. I have a little bit of like patches of light, but pretty much no objects are being lit. This scene kind of sort of has light. This one I'll give it pass. This actually has lighting. This scene, basically backlit with a little tiny bit of light. Not really. So, like, there's no really direct light on any of these, right? Then we go to another painting. This. No lighting, right? We have some lighting effects. Like, I guess there's a tiny bit of lighting on, like, these pillars. right? This one has lighting at least, right? It has a area that's in light, an area that's in shadow, right? It's not all just ambient light. This one, mostly just backlit without really any direct light. This one, no direct lighting. This one has direct lighting. This one has direct lighting, so that's good, right? But and you know, this is a good example that where it has direct lighting, right? There's actual light shapes and colors and shadow shapes. This one is mostly just backlit. This one pretty much, well, no, it is. So, but I don't know. I feel like it's pretty hit or miss. You know, a scene like this is just all ambient light. Even a scene like this, which has cool lighting, it doesn't. There's not really direct light. Like none of the objects are really lit, and they don't have like nice direct lighting on it with good shadows and good shadow shapes. Same thing here. So I really am dropping the ball on having direct lighting to make things look nice. So I want to try that. Or I want to make sure I have a little bit of that today. That's like the challenge for myself is have lighting, not just an ambient light from above that, you know, softly lights everything with a gray or a blue or whatever the color is. So maybe I have like maybe there's like a bit of color poking through. Here, let's slap it with some color dodge. Let's just get some nice orange. Maybe red. So actually, let's think about this. If we're gonna have red lava, we can have yellowish light, maybe. I don't want too much yellow light. I mean, it doesn't really have to be on anything other than maybe shining on stuff. I'm just gonna color dodge in, just as like a base color. Some of this stuff can have light. Basically, I just want to get some lighting or some colors in here that can represent light. That's my goal. But yeah, anyway, how is everyone doing? Hope you're all doing well this week. And not going, yeah, at least staying somewhat sane. All the, so much Twitter drama. Does anyone keep up with Twitter drama like I do? I do because it's fun and entertaining. But my goodness, all the Twitter stuff with like the name change and just it's silly. I feel like it's making Twitter more enjoyable because so many people are just losing their losing their minds. Okay, so I'm trying to have some very grayish background stuff. Maybe some green poking through with like some light. Ooh, okay, I have an idea. So maybe I'll do like these objects that stand up, and then so we'll have some lighting in here, and then down below it's going to be very gray and foggy. So like we have bits of sunlight poking through or something. And then we have bits of fog in like a yellow or in like a red mist. And then of course we're going to have actual foreground, I think, with lava or something. I don't know. I'm not really sure yet, but I'm kind of slowly creeping towards an idea. But I do want, like, let's see. Maybe like this. This could be orange and red. No, maybe we'll just start with red. I feel weird making it just red because lava is not really red. But I'm just trying to get the impression of sort of how it might look. Also, like, is this a forest? Because what's happening? Are there trees? Is this like... What kind of forest? How do I want to do this? Maybe it's just a lot of, like... This is like the Avatar forests. Also, I haven't actually seen Avatar, like, Way of Water. I haven't seen that yet. I feel like I should. So let's do this. Let's merge all of this. Wait, I did that wrong. Let's merge all of this, move this down, And I'm gonna go up, so I'm gonna just keep on extending this and do like... I also kind of like that red up there. It's kind of fun. Kind of funky. Maybe there's some... Actually, up here could be kind of that bluish color I was thinking of. And then, so now I'm thinking of composition and how maybe there's, again, maybe there's like something in the background. Maybe there's a bit of glowing red down here poking through. I also kind of like the idea of if there is lava, it's sort of coming down some of these faces and stuff. Although I do have a bad habit whenever I do this, I always end up making it come down in like threes, and it always ends up looking like the monster logo. How it has like the three lines, and it always ends up looking like that. So I want to avoid that. Like in this other painting of that I did a while back. This one? Nope, not that one. I don't think I've posted it, actually. Here, maybe I... Wait. Oh, you guys can't actually see what I'm seeing. Hold on. Let me find the image. I did post an image a while... Not post it, but I created an image a while back that gave me, like, monster vibes. Like the energy drink monster. This one. I don't know why, but I couldn't help see the Monster Energy Drink logo in this. But maybe I'm wrong. Let me see. I'm Googling... Oh, wait. Yeah, Googling Monster Energy logo. Images. Yeah, it's totally the same. It's basically the same thing. Look at this. It's like the same. So yeah, I couldn't help but see it everywhere. Also up here as well, there's the three lines. It's not really the same, but I can see it. Yeah, I just couldn't help think about it. Just this bright glowing logo essentially, and it's like, and if I color shifted this to green, for example, let's just say I literally just took a color mode and picked bright green, like it just basically turns into the logo, right? Yeah, anyway, that's all I could see when after I was painting this. I'm like, yeah, that's just the monster logo right there. Some toxic waste. Anyway. I was only half listening and thought you meant the Monster Incorporated logo for a hot moment. Ah, Celadon, how are you? No, I meant the Monster Energy Drink logo. I don't know what Monster Celadon is. What is that? Wait, is that? That's not what you said, is it? Monster, your name is Celadon. Monster Incorporated logo. Oh, Monster Inc. The movie, yeah. Monster Inc. logo. Oh, with the M with the I. Okay, yeah. And I didn't know that logo, but yeah. I I recognize it now that I look at it. How are you, Celadon? Okay. So I like the idea of like bits of... So I'm not using references for this, and so my best guess is that these trees would actually be burning and they would be dark. So you'd have these dark, crispy trees. And I'm gonna put them in here as kind of these dark trees at the start. And then depending on, if we end up choosing this painting, I'll use references later, and then you know, I'll change stuff accordingly. But I think having dark trees that are kind of caught on fire at the bottom, or at least some fire, sort of you have this path of burnt darkness. So here, maybe we can go, just like I do sometimes with like lakes and stuff. or paintings where I have rivers and stuff, I can put in some paths, sort of, that will represent lava, but then on the outside of them, I can put like a dark, charred gray look. Also probably smoke. And then, of course, we'll have things going down. I do want some variation, though. So I think having, like, again, sort of these different levels up here. Maybe there's some stuff back here that's more still alive. I don't know. I'm sort of just kind of blobbing in colors and shapes, trying to make an interesting composition. I'm still trying to keep it very abstract, very loose. Not a lot of, it doesn't really matter what this blob is, for example. But I want there to be levels, right? I don't just want flat field with stuff sticking up. I do want, like, contours and shapes in the background. So I want all this stuff. Oh yeah, we needed direct sunlight. I forgot about that. Maybe there's lighting back here. Again, it doesn't have to be a ton of direct light. Maybe some in the top. Maybe there's some... I mean, there's not going to be a lot if it's super smoky, but we can still do some, like, in the background. So I'm kind of just drawing lines back here at an angle. I don't know if this is going to look good or not. This might look terrible. It kind of looks terrible. I think it can work, though. Where... Maybe not. That looks like rain or something. Maybe, so I'm just trying to fill in with shapes, and maybe there's some shapes in the background. Definitely some, maybe some in the foreground. I don't know. Maybe we have some bright leaves up here. Or let's see. Ooh, okay. Let's make the light come from the direction that I made this stuff. So what if I put like a little bit of warmth in the sun or in the sky, because it is foggy. So, or not foggy, but smoky. So the smoke would take on a color. I'm putting a little gradient just to imply that the light's coming from that direction. Then I'm going to put the bright parts on this side of the tree. That side. This side. Literally just putting blobs. And then I can come in here and start putting darker spots on the other sides, on the undersides of these little light spots. But also I don't want there to be a ton of leaves up top, because I think I want these trees to be kind of burnt or charred, just kind of laying across in different areas. I want it to be somewhat believable, I guess. I don't know. I feel like it kind of works as a lava thing. I don't know. Probably not great. I should probably go look at references for subsequent ones if I end up doing. Hey, Popcorn Girl, how are you? I don't know how long you said something before I noticed. Dang, have I really been live for 29 minutes? What the heck? Doesn't feel like any time has passed at all. This is what happens when I'm tired. Yeah. How is it going, Popcorn Girl? How long was it before I replied? Let me turn. Can I turn on the timer? Let's see. How do I show? It was a minute, but that's okay. It's not okay by me. Um, how do I chat appearance? Enable timestamps. Yes. There we go. Hello, says you at 21. And then at 24, you said you're good. It's 4 minutes. It wasn't really that long. I mean, it was 4 minutes. That was, it was something. At least that's too long. I don't like that. I think first, like from my perspective as somebody who, as a person who's streaming, I do not want people to be saying hello and it taking me 4 minutes to respond. That's how you get people to leave. But you're a regular, so but yeah. But yeah. Anyway, how are you? Hope you're well. Hope you're doing better than I am. I am not rested at all. Also, let's just duplicate this. Also, spending 29 minutes on a thumbnail is ridiculous. Or 25 minutes. I'm just gonna now block in shapes. I'm gonna literally just destroy everything I just did and just change up the scale. I do like the reddish glow from the bottom. Well, sometimes you get wrapped up in something that can't be helped. So why so tired? I just didn't sleep well, and then I woke up early, and then I just lounged around and played on the internet until I was kind of tired again. And so I tried to sleep again, but I had to set my alarm because I was planning on chatting with somebody after or before stream. So I ended up having to. So then I ended up waking up when I was still tired, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna get up. I should have slept a little longer, but that's okay. So yeah, just didn't sleep well is the main thing. But I'm all good. It's all fine. I do end up actually streaming for longer when I'm tired. It's just a weird quirk of me kind of working slowly and requiring myself to paint something that I'm somewhat like satisfied with, which I know isn't a great thing to do. You shouldn't have to be satisfied with stuff. Maybe we have like a tree leaning across here. I'm trying to think purely compositionally here. A tree leaning across. And then let's see. You're good. Took the day off for my 1-year anniversary with my boyfriend. Oh, that's awesome. Happy 1-year anniversary. And glad you took the day off. I think that's important. It's important to take days off for yourself. I think that's something that a lot of people struggle with. And I know I rant about this on stream so much, but like valuing your own time over the time that people want from you, like you wanting your own time and versus someone else wanting your time. I feel like it's so important to value your own time, and I think so many people never value their own time. It's like if someone asks something of them, they feel like they are lazy or something or irresponsible. It's like, oh, all I wanted to do was stay at home with my boyfriend or whoever, and suddenly you feel bad for that because you could be working or something. I don't know. It's but yeah, that's good. It feels good for sure. Yeah, it's good. I think so. A lot of people though, I think the struggle is that it doesn't feel good for them, right? I think a lot of people just feel like a guilt kind of like, oh, um like they feel bad because they took time off and they just don't do it very often. And I feel like that's really sad because it's literally your life and you should, yeah. Sapphire, how are you? Happy day, Thursday. That's the day it is. Happy Thursday. Okay, so this one is gonna be. So I think this is a better composition. This one was weird but I think I got the colors okay. Um, yeah, it took me a second. Sometimes with names, I struggle. Also, I'm gonna color dodge this or glow dodge it. Okay, let's go really wild with the color. Nope, not that wild. What about this? Nope, that's not good. Man, this color dodge is not looking good here. Maybe some orange. Nah. I feel like I want some yellows back here. I don't think it'll be good to do with color dodge, but I'm just messing around. I think it's good to experiment. I am a big believer that every painting process should have room for exploration and ideas. Ooh, what if we have blue up top, and then we just have like the red down below? The red and like burnt green, and this might end up looking a little too something. I don't know. Something. But yeah, how are you? Sapphire, hope you're doing well. He's a 911 dispatcher, so I think he really just likes to hear what emergency is going on when he isn't there. The craziest thing always seems to happen at work when you aren't around. True. True. Oh, I missed what you said there. He's an even worse workaholic than I am, so it's nice to have him off as well. He literally goes to work on his days off just to hang out sometimes. Dang. That's intense. Yeah, I mean, I could see it. I think if you're especially in that job, right? It sounds like there's probably some pretty crazy stories and especially I don't I'm sure it varies from where depending on where you work. I can imagine big cities are just horrible, busy and super hectic all the time and there is no time to like chit chat. But I bet if you live in a small town, I bet you there's days it's relatively quiet or like simple things and like the people who are calling in or just you I don't know I feel like at some point there's probably some pretty interesting like gossip and stuff. And again, I know it's probably not the healthiest thing to just always be talking about other people, but I imagine it could be pretty entertaining, and pretty a good environment. Majar, how are you? But yeah, I imagine like a big city would doing that job would be so like hectic just because there's so many more people. Okay, so yeah, this is I think a lot better if this is gonna be like a this is gonna be what do you call it? Burnt stuff. Maybe there's some leaves up here. I want to make sure I put um, a good mix of life in here as well as like the burning stuff because I don't like just I don't know. I'm not a big fan of drawing things that are like in a super grim state, even if it's just trees. Definitely, it's pretty chill. In this small town, they mostly watch Netflix and scroll through TikTok, except on weekends during bad weather. It works well for him because he can spend the time editing photos or videos. He's a professional photographer as well. Oh, that's super cool. That's cool. That sounds like a really good thing to be in. And it also sounds like the work environment's good if he's allowed to do that. I know in a lot of places doing things when you're not actually doing the job that you are need to be doing, um, they oftentimes like try to fill your job with additional crap. So it's like there's never I don't know. I'm a big fan of sort of job crafting, I think is the technical term, where you take your job and you turn it into something where you you can actually enjoy your time there and you still get your stuff done, you still do what you need to do, you're doing what you're paid for, but you turn it into something that's a little bit more enjoyable and you find little ways to do that. And I think if that means doing two things at once in the downtime, or I mean, like I know some people. I have a friend who is a nurse, and I think he still works in like ER overnights, and his situation seems very similar, where there's not all some nights are pretty slow, and there's really not a lot of stuff to do, so he can pretty much just hang out and play video games, and that's how he chooses to do it, right? He's not being overly productive when he's in his downtime, but if it makes the job enjoyable and fun, and it's a way to de-stress or something between small bursts of stressful situations. I don't exactly know what his job entails, but I feel like being able to do that than just always, being required to constantly do stuff. Like if that were like any sort of like service low wage job or something, he'd be required to constantly be like scrubbing the floors or something stupid. If like, oh, what's that silly phrase, like if you have time to lean, you have time to clean. It's like, imagine doing that, but like, or having that mentality in a job where like there's actually high stakes and stress, and like it's like, no, the downtime is so valuable. Like that downtime is what can allow you to do this job all day. Probably. Anyway, that's how I feel. That's how I would view it, but luckily I'm not in that position. But yeah. Alrighty. Okay, moving on to another thumbnail. So this one only took 10 minutes because it's not. I think it's better though, right? It has a more interesting composition. Maybe there's still some stuff sticking up back here. Oops. I don't know. Maybe there's some fire and stuff. I don't know. I'm normally not a big fan of doing like fiery environments. Like I'm very much like a peaceful, chill vibes kind of person when it comes to environments. But you know what? I'm kind of feeling the lava and the death and the no, not death. Just kidding. The like the burning and sort of inferno-y hellscape type environments. I don't know. Maybe we'll do like a sunny. Let's do a sunny one just to spice it up, or to mix it up, and then we'll go back to maybe some more stuff. I don't know. Maybe we'll do like two of each different kind of, like we'll make little biomes for ourselves. I don't know what this one's gonna be, but maybe we'll start with some nice blues. I think I found a long-term career I'm happy in, at long last, so I'm good. Oh wait, I missed something. Yeah, I think it's very convenient and good for making your job a little more bearable. I think I found a long-term career I'm happy in, at long last, so I'm good where I'm at. Okay, you're gonna have to refresh my memory. I don't remember what you're doing now. I feel like last thing I knew you were doing, I remember you saying you got a new job, right? I don't remember what it was. I know you were a manager and then at somewhere, and then you either quit or, oh yes, cake decorator. Gotcha. Okay, I remember now. I don't know why I blanked on that. I'm like, because I had remember you had done a few things, right? You had got, okay, gotcha. I remember. Well, I always hate it when people are, I remember. It's like, no, what you just told me. Of course you remember now. But yeah, I do. Okay, I feel like I knew that, or I did know that, but I had forgotten. Thank you for reminding me. I was blanking. I think in this one, I like the blue and the purple. I think the colors mix nicely. Hmm. Maybe also. Maybe this wants to be a city. And the reason I say that is because I want to add another color, and I'm kind of feeling like there could be. Hey, Steph, how are you? So I'm kind of feeling there could be little bits of red right along here. Like, this is gonna be the thing. Also, I still want to put sun. I need sunlight, right? Again, I did the thing without sunlight, which I guess makes sense for lava, so I'll give that one a pass. Jisoo stuff, hello! Happy Thursday! Yes, happy Thursday to everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Alright, Popcorn Girl says, it's all good. I keep job jumping lately, so it's hard to keep track. I was a manager for a Dollar Tree. I remember that one. Working towards district manager, but I got really burnt out. Quit and started working as a grocery shopper at Walmart. Then transferred to their deli and transferred again to their bakery. Oh, nice. Yeah, bakery seems good. Are the hours pretty crazy? I imagine the hours could be a lot. Hello again, Sapphire. I think you were saying hello to Jishu. And Popcorn Girl says, hello, Steph. And then, hi, Steph. Sorry, I didn't notice you. No. But yeah, I hope you're all doing well. Is anyone doing any painting? Oh, what? I didn't even look. What was the chroma core prompt today? Is it an environment? If it is, I'm switching. Oh my god, it is an environment. Okay, sorry. Switching. Hardcore switching. Okay. I've made a promise that I'm going to do environments if it coincides with a stream day from chroma core. And it does. So I haven't actually seen what it is yet. So I am going to... Okay. I know I didn't see it. I didn't read Discord. Okay, so hold on. Okay, today's guest assignment comes from Laura Price. This is an environment assignment. The prompt is Cyberpunk Palm Springs Neighborhood. What the heck? Cyberpunk Palm Springs Neighborhood. A fitting prompt for this heat. Okay, for those that don't know, Palm Springs is like a retirement community located near the hottest area of the USA, outside of Death Valley and the Coachella Valley. So think of palm trees and desert suburbs. We will... Oh gosh, we'll be pruning 2-7. This is... I do not have enough time for this with only starting... Okay, whatever, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. This is a sub... Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, let me at least Google... I'm not gonna be very faithful to the prompt. Palm Springs. Let me just Google some nice stuff. Let me grab some references. And yeah, an Oasis town. Yeah. I went there. I remember. It's funny you mentioned that because I was just talking to Rona yesterday, and I had mentioned not Palm Springs, but I think I mentioned uh what's the name? Santa Barbara, which is totally different, but it kind of has the same like deserty vibes of like palm trees and stuff. I feel like very similar vibes. Maybe not same vibes, but because I've never been to either. Um, but yeah, okay. Let me open up a reference file. So I don't normally start with references, but I should be looking like Google Earth. All these images are so curated. Like 90% of these images are like of the same golf course and the same view. Like this is hold on. Is there I don't want to spend too much time doing this. Oh, here's a good street view. Gives me an idea at least. Okay, so there's literally deserts. Okay, I like this. So this image you guys can't see. Yeah, I like the desert and mountains around it. This is a good image, I think. All of them, none of them show the desert and mountains around it, really. But I think this one is good. This shows that it's kind of this aerial view. It shows the deserts and Yeah, okay. It gives me an idea. And then, of course, there's palm trees and stuff. Yeah, okay. I like it. It gives me some ideas. So I don't know how to make this into an interesting composition. What makes something cyberpunk? I mean, I feel like lots of it is cyberpunk, right? Let me grab the assignment. So yeah, this is okay. Hold on. Cyberpunk Palm Springs neighborhood. So it specifically says neighborhood. So it feels like it's not just an environment prompt. It feels like it's a little bit of like a design prompt. Um, because you're trying to show like the buildings in the neighborhood. So there's this like the scale is not like big aerial photo. I feel like it's gonna be up close, which I don't like. Um, but let's. Hey Peter, how are you? Cyberpunk fashion, also known as tech wear, is heavily influenced by the films like Johnny Mnemonic, Blade Runner, and The Matrix. Could be interpreted as being futuristic gothic fashion. Involves yeah, yeah. Cyberpunk is hard. Like when you're designing cyberpunk buildings, though, it's like, do you just take pre-existing buildings and tech it up, or do you do its own design? And I think it's hard. I will do my best though. I think what I'll do, and we may not end up picking one of these. We'll see. Also, it's weird because I've already committed to doing tall environments today. But I think what I'm gonna do is let's bring in some of those perspective grids that I was using. So view, where is it? Ruler bar. No, ruler bar. No. Why do I struggle so much? Layer. Where is perspective? I forgot. Was it you who helped me last time, Peter? Ruler frame. Create perspective ruler? There it is. Okay, I'm going to do 3-point perspective again. Okay, so I'm going to work on so this is hard to see for you guys, but I'm going to change my grid to effect number 3. So I'm going to do a tall perspective, grab these nodes, move this in. So these have to come in too. These have to come in. This needs to come way in. I have to move these things because it's not fitting my whole page. And then this doesn't have to be up top that high. I mean, it could be, but it doesn't make any sense for it to be that high. Otherwise, we're not going to have any actual 3-point perspective stuff going on. There we go. I don't like this. I don't like doing this too much. I think it makes it not. I think this is the stuff that's not appealing to do on stream. But I do want a little bit of this. I think we're going to look up. We can move the grid down. So this should help me just sketch out some architecture. Maybe we have... Again, we're looking upward. We're going to have the big palm trees. These are going to be palm trees. Just making random lines. Oh, CSP updated for me. Oh, nice. Yeah, a lot of neon. I feel like I'm okay with the color palettes. For me, the struggle in this prompt is gonna be the sort of the suburban architecture of very blocky. Like, I think what I'll do is like, like thinking of like a storefront or strip mall, but like how is it gonna look in sort of, I don't know, it's a tough one. I don't, maybe 3-point perspective is not the right thing to do here, because there's not, it's very flat, and so there's not reason to do stuff. I don't know. Hey Skittle, how's it going? But we'll see. Ooh, portrait. Yeah, so it's Chroma Core has an environment prompt today, and I didn't know that until right now, and so I'm like an hour behind on this. That's okay. I'm not too worried about it. I know I probably sound worried about it, but I swear I'm not. Okay, so we're gonna go block in some mountains. So I guess what the thing that I'm thinking of is basically just trying to block in some shapes that could be like, I don't know, this could be like an alleyway, right? Again, I realize, so for perspective grid, if this is the horizon line, which is kind of what I've decided, maybe we could raise it up a tiny bit, like that. Right, you can still have 1-point perspective kind of going into the distance. Right, we have objects at an angle here. Mountains in the background. Maybe I'm making the mountains a little bigger. I'm not sure if I like this idea, but let's me. Yeah, I don't even know what Palm Springs is. I feel like this is not. I feel like this is a really difficult one, and I wish I would have known. Hold on, let me. Palm Springs. Palm Springs Google Maps. Here, we're gonna go Street View here. Let me show Street View Palm Springs. I don't feel like Palm Springs. I just doxed myself if I'm sharing my screen, but that's okay. Okay, I'm not sharing my screen. But okay, here we go. Palm Springs. We're just gonna drop it in. City center. Boom. Okay, that's pretty uninspired, but I mean, it's okay. Any of this is not bad. Here's exactly what I expected, just lots of strip mall type stuff and mountains all around it. Honestly, doesn't look amazing, but to each their own. Okay. See, I feel like this kind of thing. Okay, so it's just very open, very yeah. That's not where I was. No. I just clicked a random spot. So here. Uh Desert Spring. Joshua Tree is here. Is this all? Hold on. Palm Springs. Where is there? Where's it say Palm Springs? Hold on. Let me just hit that again. Okay. North Palm Springs. The highlighted is Palm Springs. Yeah, okay, I see. So there's North Palm Springs Tours, Botanical Garden. Let's take a look. Oh, thank you for the follow. Let's go. Let's see. Whoa, no, not that way. Let's go up here. Okay, North Palm Springs, right here. Palm Springs Windmill Tours. Well, that's already pretty cyberpunk. I don't think that's what they wanted. Stay in the high. I did stay in the highlighted. That didn't I? This is the highlighted, right? This square. Am I wrong? Am I confused? Palm Springs. Where? I mean, I'm sure if I pick like the hotels and stuff. Let's see. It's Florida shaped. Okay, this is pretty Palm Springsy. I feel like this is more what they had in mind. Okay, this is more what they had in mind. Yeah. Still, look at these giant empty parking lots. What a waste of space. Like, you're already in the desert, bro. Like, why not? Let's go down here. Take a look. See, I like this. They did say a neighborhood, though, so it makes sense. Ooh, okay, I like that they have some multis. Okay, this is good. Again, I'm not just going to draw one of this, but I do think it just gives me a good vibe. Really, only rich people live there? I don't know why you'd want to live there, honestly. I mean, it kind of looks nice, but it doesn't look like any other... Like, there's lots of, like, deserty places surrounded by mountains? I don't know. Maybe I'm confused. I don't know. I think I'm a little confused about the appeal of this place, I'll be honest. I mean, desert and palm trees are nice, but, like, compared to other places... Yeah, right? Yeah, I don't know. It feels like it would be isolated and and it gives me the feeling. I don't know. I'm sure I'd have to feel it. I'd have to be there. Also, let me go back to the thing I was just looking at because I'm gonna screenshot some stuff. Just give me some vibes. Let's see. You're more into green areas with lots of trees. Yeah, so I looked up an image of Santa Barbara the other day, or like literally yesterday. Santa Barbara. So it's, also California, but the difference between that and this is like this has some of the same vibes, but this also has an ocean, right? I've been to Palm Springs. Being there in person does not improve it. All right, well, Celadon has a different view. Um, so this is like if we're talking like tropical vibes. Again, I don't look obviously if you have an amazing experience somewhere, like I'm not trying to discredit your experience. Like everyone, is gonna like different stuff. But to me, this seems like if we're talking like deserty places, right? That has like it's kind of deserty but also like beachy vibes. This to me has like the same except it has water, right? This to me feels like it's the same but with water. Like you still have the cozy little places with the palm trees, right? You still have stuff like this, but you also have nice water and it's not in the middle of nowhere. So I don't know. I don't water equals true, but you also have water. So there's that. I don't know. Like, look, does this not look like just it's like the same place, but there's actually like water and life like naturally occurring, and it's not just completely barren and water has to be piped in because there's no water. There's plumbing nowadays. Yeah, but it's I don't know. I There is plumbing, but it gives me cities in the desert give me the vibe of like what's that really fancy city um not in the US. crap, what is the one that has all the big building in Saudi Arabia? What's the name of the city? You know what I mean. There's the gosh, what is the name? Anyway, it gives me the vibe. Yes, Dubai. It gives me the vibes of like Dubai. Like it just feels so fake, you know, because everything it's like just this thing that exists in the middle of the desert that more or less where rich people hide their money, and it's like rich people go there because the cost of living to have this manufactured town is ridiculous, and so of course only rich people can, like, it gives me the same vibes as that. Like, you're gonna build this giant city in the middle of the desert. It gives me doesn't give me authentic vibes. I don't know. I know that's not like a great argument against it, but I'm sure it can be great there. I'm sure the experiences can be great. I'm sure the people are great, but it just doesn't feel like it's, I don't know. Just doesn't feel like I don't know, a great idea. I don't know. It just, yeah, doesn't quite sit right with me. It's hard to put my finger on it. I'm not necessarily against it, like, by principle or anything. Again, I'm sure it would be very different if I were to be there, but yeah. Okay, so cyberpunk. Let me Google cyberpunk real quick. I feel like I have to do a nighttime scene. Cyberpunk. Images. I'm sure I'll get all cyberpunk 20 whatever, but that's okay. I mean, I know what cyberpunk looks like, but let's just slap in some stuff. Lots of neon. Lots of nighttime. Okay. I'm gonna go really quick here because I'm already halfway through the thumbnailing stage. So I'm gonna just smash all of this together. But yeah, I'm sure it can be a great time. It kind of like I'm sure Vegas can be a great time. I mean, obviously totally different vibes than Palm Springs, but I don't feel like I would ever feel at home there. It doesn't feel like a place you'd want to live. It feels like a place that has a very specific purpose, like either vacation or party. Like when I look at images of Palm Springs, it gives me fancy vacation place where you go and rent like some, I don't know, hotel or something for the weekend, or you're super rich and you live there. I don't really feel the same. I don't know. It's a thing. Oh, thank you for the hydrate command. I want to go to Vegas, but I will go during the winter. I refuse uh, to cook myself on purpose. I want to hit food places. Burlesque and magic shows. Yeah, so I think it would be great to go. See, that's the thing, right? I think a lot of these places would be fun to visit, but when I think of like, I guess my immediate reaction of like of a place is always sort of inserting myself into it and saying, would I like to live there? I think it's very different to visit a place, right? I'm sure a place like Dubai that I just brought up would be fun to visit because it's just like this weird rich world in the middle of the desert in a different country. Like, I'm sure it'd be great to visit, but like I couldn't ever imagine myself living there. It just is so bizarre, right? Same for images I saw Palm Springs, same for Vegas. A lot of these places that don't really feel like living places, they feel like tourist destinations to some degree. I don't like being told what to do, so I will skip Dubai. True. Yeah, I mean, all the human rights stuff aside. I'm purely talking about, yeah, yeah, good point. Yeah. Just that little teensy tiny thing, sweeping it all under the rug. Let's pretend I still want to visit Forks where the vampires are at. Oh, in like near Seattle. Meet the Cullens. It's funny. Okay. This is gonna be a slow start to this painting. Okay, so I'm just gonna start sketching. Um How do, let's see, gosh, this is tough. I want to show the mountains in the distance, but I also want to show, but also want to show that there's cyberpunk stuff. It's a little dystopian. We'll have some trees, some palm trees up here. Oh, let's make these way taller. Some palm trees. But then also, there's going to be stuff wrapped around them. Maybe I shouldn't put those in yet. Some more palm trees. And then we're going to go... What about Mars? Maybe you'd like to visit there but not live there? Hey, how's it going, Devil John? I don't really feel like there'd be much to do on Mars. I'd probably get bored. I mean, look, when it comes... So I'm not like a... I don't know, I have different modes, I feel like. When it comes to living places, I'll be honest, I know I'm going to be extremely hypocritical now and go back on everything I just said. But on some level, it doesn't matter where I live because I'm just going to stay inside and stay on the internet anyway because that's most of what I do. Like, that's what I enjoy doing. I enjoy spending time online. I enjoy drawing using the internet, sitting at my desk. Like, I spend a lot of time, inside. And I like that, right? So on one hand, it doesn't really matter where I live, right? But on the other hand, I think there's this idea of like, why live somewhere where when I do I don't know, like I still don't feel like I would want to live in a place like Vegas or I don't know. I don't know if it really matters, to be honest. I don't think I'd want to go to Mars unless they had really good internet and I could just hang out inside all day. Because then, like, as long as I can get the things I need, get my food, internet, maybe there's people around who I can communicate with and interact with occasionally. And otherwise, if I have good internet connection, I'm all good. No worries there. So yeah, sign me up, I guess. I don't know. I don't think Mars would. I don't know. I don't see the appeal of it personally. But okay. So I am trying to draw some. I want to do like a double story, like a hotel or something, or some hotels. There's these streets that are sort of lined. Sorry, horizon line. So like that. Streets that are lined with these fancy walkways. Maybe this one's curving into the distance because curvy stuff is always better. Makes for more interesting compositions. Okay, so there's a start. I'm thinking we're gonna need some bright neon lights because again, this is gonna be what makes something cyber. I mean, if it's cyberpunk, there needs to be lava in cities. Well, so the lava is I kind of am 180ing on that degree. Yeah, I'm sort of turning away from that idea. Because there is a contest or competition, not a competition, kind of a competition. There's a chroma core challenge going on. And I have made a promise to myself and you guys that if there's basically a variety of prompts every day, new thing. Also, there's a helicopter in the background. And I have made the promise that if there is an environment prompt on a day when I stream, so every day that's just random prompt, then I will do the environment prompt if it lands on a stream day. And today is, and I only noticed it 15 minutes ago. So, and the prompt is uh, this environment assignment. The prompt is Cyberpunk Palm Springs Neighborhood. A fitting prompt for this heat. For those who don't know, Palm Springs is a retirement community located in the hottest area of the USA, Death Valley. Yeah. So think Palm Springs and desert suburbs. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to add some wires and cables, especially from the trees. But that's like the obvious thing, right? So I want to... Maybe the cable... Maybe these are literally not palm trees. Maybe they're in the shape of palm trees, but they're actually like wire holders for the... Yeah, maybe these are not at all palm trees, right? Maybe they're entirely cabled and futuristic motorcycle. True, yeah, we could have some motorcycles. Yeah, some motorcycles, some yeah, basically all of those things. Yeah, maybe there's some stuff like that. Actually, I kind of like these little light area things. I don't know how those came about, but I kind of like them. Maybe this one has some pinkish color back here. Again, not really worrying too much about the specifics here. And this doesn't really feel like suburbs, but it could still be... Yeah, this doesn't really feel like suburbs at all, but that's okay. Maybe they've built up over time. And maybe there's... Yeah, the usual fits a kind of Tron-esque. Yeah, that would be good. Let's see, what else? What else? I mean, again, this is... Oh, yeah, the mountains. We need the mountains in the background. Hey, Pixie, how are you? So yeah, maybe we'll do like, I'll just write store, because this is totally what it's going to represent in this little sketch. That's going to be a store. We'll go in here and just add some shadows. Again, doesn't really matter. Maybe there's some lights and stuff. Also, we feel... what tablet am I using? I have a command for that. Tools. I am using a fancy, expensive tablet, but if I had to buy a new one, if it were to break, I think I would go for a standard pen tablet, which is what I started with. And I would probably go for that because I think it's better for my back. And I think it's easier to have good posture, and I'm someone who needs to do anything I can to make sure that I don't default to lazy mode. And I think having something that allows me to just sit with good posture, I think the screen kind of encourages me to have bad posture, is what I'm saying. Also, we have like these brick things, these brick roofs, so I'm not really worried about them, but I do like... There, maybe something like that. Maybe there's some fancy brickwork here that has like some sort of. There. I feel like this is starting to be kind of cyberpunk. I don't know if it gives the same vibes as. Also, maybe this back here is all dark for the mountain. I don't know. Okay, we're gonna go with that though first. Well, not go with it, but you know what I mean. I'm gonna use that as my initial sketch. Do you have a standing desk or are you sitting? I'm sitting. I am sitting. Yeah, it's not bad. It is a big. It's pretty large. But yeah, it's nice and I very much enjoy it. But I think oftentimes when people ask about tools and equipment, I think there's sort of the impression, or oftentimes there's the underlying assumption that it matters a lot. Um, and I guess I always feel like I have to sort of throw in the caveat of like I don't think it matters at all what tablet you use. I think you're gonna grow used to whatever you paint with as long as it has pressure sensitivity, as long as you can, as long as it works basically and it has the basic tools like pressure. I really don't think it matters. I don't think one is going to be necessarily better than the other. Do I know XP Pen? I've never used XP Pen, but yeah, I think if you're shopping around for like your first tablet, I think the main thing, it also depends. I think to me, I sort of have like a mental flow chart of like, have you painted before? If no, then don't spend a lot of money because you may not actually end up using it that much. And like, why spend a ton of money? Like, who knows how often you're going to paint if you don't already paint, right? So if you don't already paint all the time, maybe start cheap and, maybe start with a desk tablet. Um, but like I would still definitely recommend something with pressure. If you could see yourself wanting to draw and sketch, if you currently sketch when you're sitting on the couch, maybe look into some sort of standalone tablet, like an iPad or XP pen or whatever the other notebook type things are where they are standalone drawing pads or laptops with surfaces for drawing. I don't really know how all that works, but depending on those kinds of things, I think you could consider other stuff like if you want to be mobile with it. But for the most part, I don't think it really matters, right? I think just getting something you can afford is probably the most important. If you're someone who's been drawing for years, right, and you're gonna make the switch to digital, and you can afford it, like yeah, just get something that's considered well known to be quality. I mean, I think most of the things are considered to be quality though, right? Like I don't really feel like there's any brand at the current time that is like, oh, that one's garbage. Like for the most part, if you get any sort of name brand stuff, Wacom's good. You have um gosh, I'm so bad at. Why am I struggling so much? My brain is. I'm tired today. There's a lot of good ones. Wacom, it kind of is like the Photoshop of it. Like it kind of has industry standard, but not really. Like I don't think it really matters. Yeah, I mean, I think Wacom kind of has the reputation, but I don't think you need a Wacom. I mean, no, not at all. Like I don't know. I don't think it matters. Yeah, an XP pen would work. I'm sure. I don't. Again, I've never used it, but I like for what I'm using, it's more just a monitor. So I think maybe that's the only thing you should really have to consider is like how you plan on using it. I will say I think if you're a beginner and you've never done digital art and you're looking for your first drawing tablet, it would make a lot of sense for you to get something just cheap and affordable, or that you can still use in other ways if you don't end up using it, right? This is maybe even an argument for a cheaper screen tablet where if you don't end up using it, it's at least a monitor, right? And you could play things like Osu or something on it. But these are these are so cool. Oh, thank you. So I made a switch halfway through. I was gonna do some like naturalistic like forests with maybe lava coming through it or something, but now I'm switching to a cyberpunk Palm Springs esque city or vibe. Here, let's actually go back. Let me let me go back to Google Maps for you. Let's do a walkthrough. Yeah, neon. Yeah, so Palm Springs. Let's do where's the suburbs? I don't know, like here. That looks pretty suburby. I mean, that's pretty suburby. Can we get the mountains in the background? You really get it. Thank you. Let's see. Ooh, okay, let's go down here. So yeah, I've never been to this area. I mean, this place, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's kind of nice. The roads need some work. Get those cracks in the sidewalks. Get your road work together. That's pretty nice. Let's just take a screenshot of this. I'm not painting these directly. I am just using these as reference for whatever. Like just kind of like getting ideas like these shrubberies I like if we're going cyberpunk. Also, so it doesn't look like we're gonna have a lot of room to do multiple houses or anything in here because everything's so spread out. And I think my initial idea was kind of getting off the mark with sort of these buildings all over. Like this looks more like a city where you have building, 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 building. Um, I don't think vertical is ideal for this. In fact, I think it's extremely unideal. But I'm gonna stick with it because that's what I decided at the start of stream, and this isn't really about making an amazing prompt because I'm not in the competition or in the contest. Um, but we can still use the emphasis of these wires. Here, let's again. I think we're gonna go kind of nighttimey maybe. To see it. Okay, let's see. Sorry, I missed some chat. I saw your cadet entry in the Discord. Looked sick. Oh, thank you. I would consider an iPad and Procreate Ibis Paint if you're a beginner. Those, especially if you already have an iPad. But CSP on a computer is usually stronger, so then you'd have to decide if you want to draw on the screen directly or not. I love Procreate. I heard that the Samsung tab is good too. Yeah, I feel like I haven't heard any of them being terrible. Like typically, if there's something that isn't good, people will mention that as well. I really don't think it matters too much. Again, budget, maybe how you want to use it. Do you want a screen tablet versus table tablet versus laptop? Right, those things kind of matter because that's fundamentally you're using it in a different way. Um, but like the brand doesn't matter. Like Huion is a really common brand for tablets. So if you wanted like a screen tablet, Huion is fantastic as far as I know. I think it's probably I would if I had to get another tablet, I think I would probably get a Huion. Well, if I had to get another screen tablet, I'd get a Huion. If I had to get a pen tablet like that sits on the desk that I plug in, um, sort of like a big mouse pad that you draw on, just with your stylus, but it doesn't have a monitor or it doesn't have a screen. If I had to get a pen tablet, I'd probably get a Wacom just because I've used them and you can get fairly cheap ones anyway. So I don't, if you're already not spending a lot of money, I don't see why not just get a Wacom. But I think if I had to get a screen tablet, I'd get a Huion. If I had to get a tablet like a what do you call it? Like some standalone, laptop or pad or of some sort that you can draw on. I feel like iPad would be fun, but I've never really used Apple products, so I don't know. But yeah, so I'm gonna start with just really simple. I'm gonna put the mountains in the back. I think for this that the struggle is gonna be. Let's see. So I'm gonna start up top. I do want. We're gonna make some palm tree looking shapes. It doesn't need to be exactly palm trees. I'm just gonna kind of make some blobs. And then I'm gonna make some more blobs. So kind of like the same as I just did before. Maybe there's... I'm gonna do a lot of... So yeah, I'm going to do a lot of lasso tooling for this because there is going to be a lot of yeah, it's pretty standard. I don't know. Yeah, a lot of lasso tooling. Just trying to get some designy stuff going on. There's going to be some tall things. I do want lots and lots of... Maybe there's like a pillars and stuff. I don't know. Let's see. Maybe we put like a house up here. How do I want to do this? Gotta think about this. This is like... This has got to be one of the most difficult things I think I could do in an hour on... Or, you know, in a very quickly on stream. I feel like this needs to be... I should not be doing this in a vertical painting. I just want to throw that out there. Like, absolutely no reason to be doing vertical paintings for this painting. Because this is like, if you're trying to do suburbs that are all spread out. I'm hoping someone incorporates the Lucille Ball. Lucille Ball statue. Let me Google it. Maybe I will. Why not? Images. I mean, it's kind of just in a park, though, right? Oh, there's a couple Lucille Ball statues. Hmm. There's a couple. There's a couple of them. There's one of her, Lucille Ball, sitting on a bench. There's one of her just standing in the middle of like a park by a playground. There's one of her seemingly like with her... Well, yeah, she has like her hands on her hips. There's lots of them. Yeah, lots of Huh, okay. Interesting. I love having the option of having a break every time to charge tablet instead of working 8 hours a day, taking no breaks. Oh, interesting. That, you know, that's a funny take on that. I kind of like that take. That it forces you... Yeah, I like that. It kind of forces you to take breaks because you have to charge, and so you can't paint for too long. I mean, see, those are the kinds of things I think a lot of people would be like, who would want that, right? Like why not just not have to charge it and just take breaks on your own? I like those forced sort of creating a system for yourself where you end up having to do a thing that's good for you as opposed to, you know, giving into your impulses and doing things that's bad for you. Because I think at the end of the day where, you know, kind of silly, mindless monkeys, and we, you know, our monkey brains are gonna do what's easy or taste good or what's, you know, what's fun over what's good for us, right? Like we're really short term versus long term thinking. And I think things we can do to create habits or systems that sort of nudge ourselves in the right direction, I think is better. And yeah, that's also why I say I think I would go for a excuse me, sneezed into the mic. It's also why I'd go for a table tablet or a pen tablet over a display tablet if I had to do it over again. Because I do think not remembering to sit up straight and looking down at the drawing surface or at where your hands are, I feel like there's just some it just seems a little unnecessary. Okay, so here's this. There's gonna be some houses. I think one of the key features of this is these big kind of these big what do you call it? There's like this big buffer in this big sidewalk area. Maybe there's these little paths of little tires over here of motorcycles. Let's see. Motorcycles, there's maybe they're neon. There's gonna be shrubberies over here. Just anything. I don't think I want a lot of plant life, which luckily there isn't a lot of plant life, so I guess it kind of makes sense that this could be cyberpunk. What else would make it cyberpunk? Maybe there's like an... I don't know why there would be an overhead bridge, but I feel like I want stuff to be... Maybe there's like these structures up top. And these structures are like cable carriers with big transformers. And there's like things with lights. And so it span. It's very suburban, but it also has this giant structure. Almost like how I think of like, you know how Peter Stollenhag has his just very like moody paintings, but then he has these giant robots. I'm thinking something kind of like that, but except Palm Springs. So it's sort of just you have these stuff in the background. You have some buildings. Something like that. Anatomy practice right here. Nice. Maybe there's some signage spots. Maybe this is like a, I don't know, some sort of charging port or something on this side. I'm just kind of making random shapes. Again, not really worried about anything other than just drawing shapes. And I know I'm making it very dark right now and gloomy, but I can change that. In fact, I'm going to change it. It's good. You can count on it. Hey, we're getting raided! Not so fat, Matt. How's it going? Welcome, raiders. How's it going, everyone? Hello, Matt. Hello, Turgle, Fopa, Nadaski, long time no see. Hikarin, Piri Malvozinit. I don't know how to say your name. Welcome in, everyone. How are you? How was the stream? What were you working on? Please share what you were working on. You know the drill. If you were doing any art, you can drop a link to what you were doing. Space Fox, Dark Shrintilla, welcome in. So Hello everyone, my name is Joe. I'm working on environments. Normally, I just do a bunch of random stuff from imagination. Well, technically still am today, but I'll get to that in a second. Normally, I do a bunch of thumbnails, then we take one of them, we blow them up, and we work on it till the end of stream. I'm still in the thumbnail phase today, sketching out some ideas. However, I am currently working on a Chroma Core follow-along submission where every single stream or every day there's a new prompt, and today's prompt happens to be an environment, and I said that if there is an environment, I'm going to do it on stream, if I stream that day. So I'm trying to come up with little idea sketches for a cyberpunk, not city, but Palm Springs cyberpunk. So Palm Springs, it's extremely hard for me. Also, I decided I was going to do vertical paintings as opposed to horizontal, which is probably a bad choice because horizontal paintings are, well, it just makes sense for like suburbia kind of areas. I don't know why I'm doing vertical, so I'm kind of forcing myself into a bad spot here, but it's gonna be fun. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. But what I normally do is a lot of more naturey stuff, not a lot of cyberpunk, and not, yeah, that's pretty much it. And just not a lot of cyberpunk, to be honest. But yeah, if anybody wants to share what they were working on, please do. If you're an artist, you can drop a link to your socials. You do not need a permit. You probably can't share what I was working on, but it was a wolf character. Okay, no worries. Stream was good. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I'll show you what I normally do, though, because I think this stuff, this early stage stuff is not adequately representative of my work, I feel like. Okay, here's what I normally do. So yeah, I do these top posts are all things that I've done on, like one-day stream paintings. So during July we did a whole bunch of one-day stream paintings based on different primary colors, so every color of the rainbow. Sorry, not primary color, but you know what I mean. So like, yeah, we did purple, blue, green, yellow, orange, and red. So basically, we do a lot of environments. I like to play with colors. We did this one a few days ago where, just foresty scenes. There's other stuff. Yeah, a lot of environments, a lot of one-day paintings. Nothing super fancy. And then occasionally I'll do more finished work like this. Also, did I like zoom in or something? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so we do stuff like that a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of environments. Sometimes some more designy stuff, but not very often. I do a lot of naturey things. Stuff like this is kind of my favorite, to be honest. So yeah. And then I posted this one today, which is a thing I did like a year ago. I actually worked on this a bit. Never really got super happy with it, but it is what it is. But anyway, so yeah, that's a lot of what I do. And today is a little different because we're doing cyberpunk, which is not my normal. But that's okay, because we're gonna make it work. That. We're gonna make these be wires. And maybe there's some light. So I have a few requirements for myself for a lot of paintings, especially when I don't really, I guess this is sort of how I think about things a little bit, but for example, this is looking very misty and foggy, and I actually want light. I think lighting makes things look nice. So I'm going to, even if this ends up being a little bit more daytime, I want interesting light patterns because, so first of all, because I forced myself into a corner of painting these wires and cables and tall stuff, right? Because I forced myself into a corner by painting vertical environments, right? Sort of this portrait mode instead of landscape. So I wanted to focus on the height of stuff. Otherwise, it's just bad choices altogether. So I want to focus on the height of stuff, which means the cables, the palm trees, that kind of thing. But because I'm doing that, I feel like there's also an opportunity to have some really cool shadows on the ground if I end up having shadows at all, right? If I even show the ground at all, I mean. And so I feel like it just makes sense to do put those things into the painting. So I want to focus on having interesting light patterns on the ground. So I think that's what I'm going to do, is bring in some interesting shapes of light and shadow. Maybe get some light in here. It's the Dirty Dancing quote got in my head when you said that you put yourself in a corner. That's what his face tells me. No one puts baby in a corner. That's funny. Yeah. But yeah, basically though, a lot of times I feel like it's good to work with what you're sort of given, or what whatever your constraints are. And I think if I'm painting with tall environments, it just makes sense to focus on stuff on the sky, right? You want to focus on having these interesting shapes up here, but also when you have a lot of complex shapes in the sky, naturally they're going to cast really interesting shapes on the ground, right? So it's sort of like a why wouldn't I do it kind of thing. It's sort of like if you want to show something really tall, like why wouldn't you use 3-point perspective? Well, you would, right? Because it just makes sense to exaggerate the height. And I think same thing with this, right? It just makes sense sometimes to do certain things. Okay, so I am gonna try and add some light back here, sort of maybe sunsetty. Your art pieces look awesome. Oh, thank you. So yeah, I feel like a big part of my process is very much what I just described. It's sort of taking one thing that seems extremely obvious, like, if you're looking up, for example, if you put your horizon line really low, that means you're looking up at stuff, right? Oh, so okay, so I want to paint the undersides of something, right? Maybe there's overhangs and, there's stuff in the background that, you're looking up at, right? So there's these things in the sky, right? And this is something where, it's not exactly that complicated, but it just makes sense that you are going to be looking up at objects. And so what do? We draw the underside of those objects. We make them interesting, right? It just makes sense. Similarly, if we put a character in here, we don't want all the focal points down here, right? Or maybe, or if we want to draw clouds, right? If we're looking up at the sky, maybe we draw clouds. Okay, well, how do we best show clouds? Well, we're not going to draw a blue sky day without clouds if we were going to be looking in the sky, right? Well, if we're going to put the sky up here that takes up 90% of the image, let's put something interesting in there, right? So now is it a cloudy day? Probably, right? You don't have to draw every scene cloudy, but if you're going to draw something that's totally uninteresting, why make 90% of it the sky, right? Like, so I think that's kind of how I think about things. I sort of stepping stone, like, okay, it's, this is, we were going to draw things that stick into the air because we're doing these, we're looking upward. So we're going to maybe have 3-point perspective. We also have a lot of complexity. That's some fun room for shadows and dappled light or something. Anyway, drawing the eyes to, yeah, I mean, it's really, but I think it even goes beyond that. I mean, a lot of it's like, some of it's practical, I think, too. So I'm trying to think of a hypothetical example. Like, maybe I mean, sometimes it's based on theme. So, for example, maybe you really like painting light, but if you have already decided, maybe from the prompt, or maybe it's just you decided like painting I don't know, a forest fire, right? Okay. Let's say we're gonna, actually, that's literally what I was painting earlier, right? I was gonna do these, like a lava and forest thing of some sort. I was sketching some ideas. If you're gonna do like smoky forest, whatever, like, you're probably not gonna have extreme light penetrating the smoke. Like, it's probably gonna be kind of overcasty, right? So suddenly now you're again kind of backed into a corner, right? There's a problem to be solved, which is you basically have one light source, right? You have smoke. it's very overcast feeling. I mean, it's not really overcast, it's smoke, but essentially you have this fog, this smoke that's not creating interesting light and shadows. So how can you bring in a new light source, right? You've created the situation for yourself where you've eliminated one interesting light source, so now you need to kind of make it interesting again. Well, you can do that by bringing in artificial lighting, right? It's kind of like with nighttime scenes. You don't just paint a nighttime scene, you paint nighttime scenes with lights, right? Because the lights are interesting. It just, otherwise, why not just have interesting light and shadows during the day, right? It's like, I feel like there's some things that just make sense, and doing it differently for the sake of doing different will probably create problems that you then need to solve. So it's sort of, I don't know. Like if you only have one light source, or if you have an area where there's no ambient light at all, it's all direct sunlight, like you're on the moon or something, like, okay, so now your shadows are black, right? Is that what you wanted? If not, you're going to need to do something to make them not black, right? You could add a secondary light source from the other direction, right? So that's going to help figure out your problem. But like there's I feel like some things are very practical. It's almost just like, again, if you're on the moon and there's no ambient, or if there's no atmosphere to create the light scattering, you're gonna need some light effect to fill in those shadows, right? It's you have to have some, or you don't have to. You could just have it black. But it seems like it would make a lot of sense. Are there clouds in Palm Springs? Probably. I'm gonna glow dodge. I'm gonna glow dodge, but with bright, vibrant colors. I don't know if this makes it look like cyberpunk, but I feel like it kind of does. It should help the vibes. It also might help show the heat by adding crazy colors. So it's kind of a two birds, one stone thing. Adding light and using the fancy, fun lighting to make it feel something. I don't know. But yeah, I guess that's almost my entire thought process, though, when I'm painting. I came as fast as I could. Hey, how's it going? How are you, Neo? But yeah, that's almost my entire thought process when I'm painting, is sort of reacting to what I already have and asking myself, like if I make a decision that makes a problem, the next step is to solve that problem. And it's not always immediately after. Sometimes I'll skip a few things and have to go back and be like, oh crap, what do I do now? But oftentimes it could even be something like, let's paint an image with a lot of blue, right? Or let's say we want to paint an image with a lot of dark red. Whoa. Or maybe not dark red. I don't know. I'm trying to find a color. I've already put a lot of blue on the canvas, but let's say I'm going to paint an image with, let's say orange, right? If I'm going to paint an image, let's say I want to paint with orange today, right? Orange and yellow and reds, right? Very warm colors. That's all fine, but now I have a problem, right? I have if I make my screen black and white, right? It's all one value, right? Okay, so I probably need something darker. Okay, well, I don't just want... just from a rule, I don't typically like just dropping the darkness. So I want to shift the hue. Well, let's shift the hue towards cool. So I could shift it towards gray, and that would be my dark color, right? Which shifts it towards cool. Or I could just literally jump over to like a blue. Oops. Or like the opposite of the color wheel if I wanted, and use a very dark color, right? That might look nice. Yeah, the sunset colors are nice. And so that's how I might choose my dark colors, right? It's sort of the opposite end of the color spectrum. I don't have to, but it seems like a fitting choice. Also, maybe there's, again, what color is the ambient light? If we only have this orange glow, maybe there's some direct light. Maybe there's some blue lights. Okay, well, if we put some blue lights in here, now we can't put light against light. So now let's increase the darkness here. Right, so now we could have these big piles of blue light. Piles, you know what I mean? Now we could have these little blue light sources in the shadows, right? To contrast that other color we've put. So, whoa, Wild Blue Studios, how's it going? Thank you so much. So many raids today. Dang. We are making questionable choices here with doing suburb drawings, but in portrait view. How are you, Wild Blue? Welcome in. Hope you're all doing well. How was your stream? Hope you are. Yeah, hope everyone is doing well today. Jonah Art, thank you for being here. Hello. Yeah, there's a lot of you here. Joe, which shout out do you prefer? I just be doing it all. No, I don't really have a preference. I think um I think if it's somebody who is here all the time or part of the community and a large person, I think either shout out works. I think the regular bot command shout out, so like exclamation mark shout out, works really well for um like newer people because it says what they were playing. I think saying the game they're playing is important to kind of let people know what they do. Not everybody's um, not everybody's profile tagline or whatever will say what they were doing, if that makes sense. So I kind of like the old style of shouting out with the exclamation mark shout out because it tends to say what they're doing and people can then immediately know. Um, so yeah, that's yeah. But I think if it's somebody like well established in the art community, it honestly doesn't matter. I think both work. Um, and I think Wild Blue, if you guys don't know, they do a lot of portfolio reviews on stream. They do a lot of yeah, a lot of that. A lot of portfolio reviews, just full of art knowledge and good advice and education and critiques and all this stuff. So they're yeah, very good. My Insta's great. Thank you. But yeah, today's a tough one because I am doing a fall. I just started like 40 minutes ago doing a follow along for the Chroma Core challenge, which is a cyberpunk Palm Springs thing. It's kind of like a uh, cyberpunk Palm Springs, almost like a suburb. So it's not very interesting in terms of like, I'm well for me. I'm typically more of like city. I like cities. I like crowded areas. I like interesting things. I feel like suburbs just doesn't seem super exciting, but I think there is some opportunity for some interesting design where you have, you know, just lots of stuff. You have maybe these there's oftentimes like these palm trees will have these masses on them, and so these can like represent palm trees even if they're not actually palm trees. So then maybe they have like big bundles of wire. I don't know. I'm just kind of scribbling here, trying to get ideas. Cyberpunk, Josie and Cyberpunk. Sorry, I can't even. Yeah, it's tough. I sort of drew myself into a corner, as I said earlier, with choosing to do vertical environments today. How's your cute little chroma core character coming along? Oh, so I only worked on that for like that day, and then I had to submit it to enter. I didn't get selected as a cadet or anything, which is fine. I wasn't really expecting to. Again, it was sort of a last minute thing. I didn't, yeah. Um, but yeah, so I'm only doing some of the follow-alongs, only if they're environments and they coincide with stream days. So the first time it did not coincide with a stream day, so I didn't do it because I was doing other stuff that day. Today it is, but I only realized it halfway through the first hours, or halfway through the first 2 hours. So I am kind of just trying to slap together something. So it's going to sort of be like the first thing that pops into my head is what I go with. But I think it's going to be okay. I think I can get some fun stuff going on. Again, trying to make this look sort of like suburbs. Trying to flatten out some things a little bit. I think it has some nice shapes. Also, are there birds in Palm Springs? Because I drew a little blob here on accident that looks like a bird, and I feel like having birds in here would actually be kind of cool. Especially, what if they were mechanical? What if there weren't birds, but there were mechanical birds? Going back to that still, you guys know that the conspiracy theory, the fake birds aren't real conspiracy theory. What if we embrace that? Birds, the fake drone birds. Uh, Hindu Cozy, how's it going? I mean, I feel like that's pretty cyberpunk, right? Like, of all the conspiracy theories, fake birds has got to be up there. Birds are almost not real. I'm pretty sure they're definitely real, but I think we can, for this, the sake of this painting, we can pretend they're not. Uh, but yeah, I feel like that's pretty cyberpunk, right? Like that's very dystopian. Like, oh, all the wildlife's being replaced with machines, and like this is, yeah. So I feel like we could embrace that. Like, I don't know if birds exist in Palm Springs. They probably do. That's very cyber. Yeah, it seems pretty cyberpunk. So yeah, we're gonna go with that. Also, the whole spying one. Yeah, very dystopian. So it does seem fitting, and I think I am gonna go with that. Um, I'm trying to. I know Palm Springs. I have some references here. They have a lot of palm trees. Obviously, I will put some palm trees. Luckily, palm trees work well without water, so it makes sense. We can put some shapes here. I'm just simply sketching with um, uh, black almost. I'm not really worried about any of the other stuff because I can fill in the light and shadow later. But right now I'm just trying to make it sort of interesting shapes. I kind of like these, to be honest. I think this is pretty decent. I think we're gonna need some. Maybe we'll do like a motorcycle. Uh, let's see. I'm not a motorcycle person, but maybe we'll. Do motorcycle wheels turn, or are they always flat? I mean, obviously the front one turns, but like the back one's always straight, right? I don't know how that works. Whatever, we'll go very Tron-esque, as was mentioned earlier. I don't know, this one should be turned though. That one can be this way. I'm not really worried about it. I'm just gonna blob in a silhouette here real quick. Blobbing in a silhouette. Maybe there's a bike here. Something like that. Rant, I want rant. I love it. Butt spot. That was a word too late to be funny. Oh, wait. Someone wants Joe to rent. What? Wait, what? What is real? Define real, or maybe not. I'm here for art. Um, Someone wants Joe to rant. I mean, what is I don't know. I mean, I think it matters. I I mean, we're not getting into like philosophy here, right? I mean, this is like how can we know what's real? I mean, yeah, you can't. You have to use your just. I think there's a lot of arguments when it comes to what's real or not. A lot of things are like it's kind of like that free will argument, right? It's like whether or not it exists, you live your life like it does exist, so it's kind of irrelevant. Like, yeah, he keeps going. Yeah, I'm gonna keep going. So I don't think it matters. We're living our life like things are real. We can interact with them, and we can we see stuff, we things affect us, we affect other things. Like, does it really matter? We could just be in a simulation, but who gives a crap because we live our life like we aren't. Like, again, it would be cool. It's certainly worth a thing worth investigating, right? If you have the means and the time and the desire to do so. But until you don't know, that it's not worth like actually worrying about, in my opinion. Okay, so this is the bike. I'm not trying to make things accurate right now. I'm just trying to make interesting shapes. The simulation is really convincing. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of really cool questions out there that are unknown and to speculate on that could be or might not be or might even be kind of probable, but who knows? And like, I think a lot of them, if they don't affect you, you kind of just hold them in your mind and be like, oh, it would be cool if someday real evidence came forth. But if there isn't evidence, then you're just kind of, it's just kind of a possibility, but you don't really care one way or the other because it doesn't affect you. That's kind of how I think of things a lot. It's, I got my own life to worry about. I'm living my own life. I'm not going to go and change my habits because I find out something, I don't know, like, if in a world, in a whole lie, and just a few of us take truth. Well, the only thing I would say is that we live in a whole lie and just few of us take truth with them. I don't really know what that means. I don't really know what that means, Hindu Cozy, but even if that were true, even if we were like in a matrix, right, where like some of the few have the truth, I don't think it really, like, there is something noble, I guess, right, about seeking the truth, and like, living a true life is more valuable than living a fake life, even if the true life is worse. I I don't agree with that, actually. I think you should pursue the truth, right? And I think if the opportunity presents itself, yeah, you should probably take the true route. But for the rest of people who aren't presented with that option, I don't even think it matters. Like, I don't think you have to pursue the truth, but I think if it's there and in front of you, yeah, you should like be curious, right? Like, that's a good quality to have. But I don't think it matters. Like, in your actual day to day, it's kind of irrelevant. Like, you still have to have people who grow your food, right? You still have to have people who work in the grocery store. Like, doesn't really matter if their knowledge of the world is ever so slightly different. Like, I don't know. I those issues to me are kind of big, weird philosophical issues, and I don't think they really have a right or wrong answer. Anyway, we're getting weird here. So, hello, Joe. Hey, Basilisk. How's it going? This looks really cool already. Thank you. You did an art today. Do you want to share? Don't mind me just checking if the flamingos are real. Joe over here without main character syndrome. Head on straight. I mean, yeah, I tried. I don't know. Do I not have main character syndrome? It's funny you say that because I do think a lot of things are very much like you should be selfish. like when people are very altruistic, like I think there's sort of there's an explanation for altruism that is very much selfish and putting your needs above others. So like, that it's better off for you if you help your community, and so you want to help people because it makes you look better, it makes the community better, and in turn it quite literally is a better life for you. Like, I think there are ways where you can totally go main character syndrome and like justify all sorts of things that are seemingly not focused around you. I don't know. Like, I feel like the more you think about yourself and your place in the world, the more you like. I don't know. Maybe that I'm thinking. Yeah. Joe, did I show you the thing I'm working on? I don't think the Gorb fan art. Maybe. I think I saw something regarding Gorb. Also, we should just pick this thumbnail and go with it because I'm already running out of time. Let's vote. It's only going to be between these. No, I'm not going to vote today. I'm sorry. We have to go with this one because it's the only one I've worked on. I'm sorry. We're just gonna blow this one up and work on it a bit. This sounds like isolating, like focusing hard on cars or chat. Yeah, probably. It's probably a little bit, one track minded. I think to think like that, but I don't even entirely know what we're talking about anymore. I've already lost track of it. But But I was trying to respond to the without having main character syndrome. I was kind of gonna try and devil's advocate that because I think I can be pretty not self-centered. Maybe that's not the right word. Maybe I'm not self-centered, but I do think in terms of like motivations and stuff a lot, and I think a lot of times it does sort of like even people like I mean obviously it's not either or, right? You don't have to only be one or only the other. Like it's not a false dichotomy there, but anyway, back to art. What are you working on, Neil? Let's take a look. Oh, this is cool. This is very nice. Icy environment. Very nice. This is for D&D. Very cool. I did something so stupid for a second. I saw the holes in there. I'm like, oh, what are those? Actually, what are those holes? Am I confused? No, wait, is that just regular ring? I don't know why, but the placement of those holes in the paper just seemed weird to me. Am I losing my mind? Why are the holes placed like that? So like you got your normal rings. You can tell I don't draw on physical paper very often. I thought they were always evenly spaced. Am I losing my mind? Is it just different in different countries? It's an A5 ring, not A4. Yeah, I guess I've just never seen that. I've never seen rings holes in anyway. Very interesting. But yeah, for a second though, I saw those and I thought that was part of the image. I'm like, what are those? I'm like, oh yeah, oh, wait, that's physical paper with holes. Okay. I got it. Uh, deep breaths, Joe. Yeah, yeah. I was confused for a moment. Okay, so unfortunately, we're not gonna vote today because I am gonna work on this one because it's the only one that I've really done anything to, and we're already at the voting time. So I am just gonna merge these, but first I'm gonna save. I guess I can still compose this in a way where it looks like I gave people votes. So if we look back in the future or in the past and we look back, it'll look like we had a choice. So I can move these like this. I can arrange it in a way. And then I can block out these. There. So it looks like we had 4 choices. Even though we didn't have 4 choices, we only had 1. But it's still, who will know? Because we'll all forget it eventually. Okay, so print screen. I'm just going to select those 4. I'm going to slap those in Discord. I do have a Discord. If you'd want to join the Discord, you can. We have different channels. We hang out sometimes on Sundays mostly. And then also there's like a thumbnail archive channel where I have all the paintings from all the streams with all the thumbnails and the paintings that resulted from them. Literally thousands and thousands of thumbnails and hundreds of paintings or mini paintings. They're one stream paintings. Most stuff does not get posted in Instagram, but I have started to post more things to Instagram. So that's been something. Got to go. Hey, Hikuran, you gotta go. Hope everyone has a great rest of the stream and day or night. Goodbye. Take care. Hope you have a good day and good rest of your week. All right. Let me save this as a new file real quick. I put Gorb up above. Oh, let's take a look. This is the thing I'm working on too, to jog your memory. Let's take a look. Oh, yes, I do remember this. I love it. Yeah, I love the Gorb. The monocle. He has the G on it. Yeah, nice hat. That's great. He's sitting by the water side. I love this. That is wonderful. I think Gorb is funny. It's such a good sort of original character. The name is great, honestly. I wonder how Skittle came up with a name. I think I'm really bad at naming stuff. I not even think. I am bad at naming stuff. You guys ever see Well, I don't remember his name. I'll think of it here in a bit. But there's the artist who names all of his paintings wild stuff like, "Yo, dude, I think you dropped this over there," and there's like a golem or thing holding like like a stick salesman interacting with gosh, what's his name? Tomislav. Tomislav. I don't know his. Oh, let me find his name. Tomislav Art. But yeah, so this guy's art, I really enjoy his naming conventions. They're pretty fantastic. So, for example, you have this one. The name of this painting is Yo, bro. Is it safe down there in the woods? Yeah, man. It's cool. So yeah, like stuff like that, where that's just I know it's kind of silly and it's kind of like a thing that he does because it's funny, but it's like I don't know. I think he just draws whatever he wants and he names it afterwards. Maybe not. Um, this is the one I was just referring to. It's literally, dude, is this yours? I think you've dropped it back over there, right? And it's just like this guy, these little golem thingies or whatever you call them, like interacting with people. I don't know. I really like his naming convention. I don't think I've seen this one. What is this one? Glad to see some high culture, right? And then this one's, let me guess, you got lost again? Bro, these are not maps, they're potion recipes. Hmm. I don't really get that one. I feel like I'm confused. I like it though. But anyway, so his naming conventions are great. And I am so bad at them. If I were to paint can't believe you forgot the scrolls. How am I supposed to resurrect the dragon now? I like the design of this thing. But anyway, so when I name stuff, mine's always like, I would name something like, you know, statue with hands and face. That would be the name of this. Well, okay, this one's not that creative. It's literally just forgiveness. But anyway, so yeah, his naming conventions are great. That's like the opposite of how I name stuff. I'm just like, forest. Or like, here's a city at night. The piece title gives so much more personality than something generic like Starry Night. Yeah, I think it's funny. I feel like his so I always have mixed feelings about this kind of thing on my own. On one hand, I think pieces should stand on their own, and you shouldn't have to write a blurb about them for people to get it. I don't think the title, especially with more like illustrative or concept stuff, like maybe not concept stuff, but with like illustration, I think in general you shouldn't have to know the title for it to be just as impactful necessarily. But I do think if you're just doing concepts, right? Oftentimes you don't know the prompt, right? You might be able to kind of understand and feel what it is, but you may not specifically know. So I think sometimes writing additional information, especially depending on the kind of art, can really help. And I think in the case of his stuff, I imagine, and again, this is purely speculation, but knowing sort of how a lot of concept artists get started, oftentimes you add a little story elements without having strong story elements at first. Um, so it's entirely possible that he adds these little characters into a space like this, for example. Um, like this image, right? It's entirely possible that he's like, hey, I'm going to draw this cool scene with some lighting, this character. Maybe I put some random cube in there. Maybe it was an afterthought, maybe not. And then he puts a little, silhouetted character, and he's like, oh, hey, let's make a funky title that sort of relates to what's happening, right? To just add a story. Like, did he start with this story and then make the image, or did he do it in reverse, right? And I think it's quite common to want to do it in reverse. And my guess is he started doing it in reverse, and now he probably comes up with a bit more storytelling you know, as he's done this for a while. My guess is he started, kind of repeating the same types of characters, having these sort of interactions. Um, So yeah, my hunch is that it's not always the way you would think it is, because I know from experience and just other people who have learned concept art and sort of goes along this approach of you do generate compositions that are interesting. You maybe have like a character in mind, or you have like, oh, I want to paint some golems and do a golem design, so you make the golem picking up boulders and moving stuff and showing that it's large and cumbersome or whatever. And then afterwards you're like, let me slap in an adventure to show the scale. And then you're like, hey man, want to buy some boulders, is like your tagline. And like that just seems like a really sort of intuitive way to go about it, but I think it works and it makes it great, so no complaints there. Okay, I need to merge these, copy paste. I'm going to make this large. I have about an hour and a half or an hour and 40 minutes to work on this. And we're going to turn it into a cyberpunk Palm Springs-esque environment. So first thing I'm going to do, because I don't know what motorcycles look like, I'm going to find some references for motorcycles, because I need to know how to draw motorcycles. Mostly just the silhouettes, maybe on their side, tilted, angled away, something that I can just, like this. I'll show you what I'm looking at right now. Here we go. This is what I'm looking at. So this is kind of old school. Again, style doesn't really matter to me. I'm going to change the shape. I could, also grab things that are a little bit more sleek. Things like this. Right? This isn't quite the same. I'm honestly gonna use a lot of it for like perspective and stuff, but yeah, I could use things like this. I'm not really too worried about it. I just want the general, front wheel, back wheel, some of the stuff in between, maybe some things like the pipes. I'm not really too concerned about the specifics, to be honest. Even stuff like this is quite interesting. Because I'm gonna turn it into cyberpunk, so I'm not too worried about it. This is a nice one. I feel like that even fits the perspective that I'm looking for. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking of. And then also maybe I'll do things like transformer boxes. Not boxes, but transformer power lines, images, stuff like this. These sort of shapes, little spools and thingies and the cables. I feel like this stuff's pretty important for cyberpunk. Even stuff like this, maybe each house has its own little generator and again, I don't really know what entirely these are, but I could put these in the lawns of the houses. For example, if I was doing like a suburban area, each house could have these on top or something. Maybe to give it, especially since I'm doing a vertical painting, it could give it some loftiness to sort of incorporate those spikes with the things. So like we have little things up over here that stick up from the houses, right? And they have like the little wires and stuff. So I'm sort of using the references to get ideas of what to put in here, but I'm not just going to copy it directly. I'm going to use it and incorporate it into design and composition and the whole thing. Yeah. But first things first, let's just fill in some of the gaps. And I mean, I guess I can still keep it loose, but let's see. I feel like I have to focus on the ground plane at first because it's kind of a mess right now. For example, what is this? These... I'm really tempted to like cut and paste. I'm not going to, but it's sometimes a tempting thing. For like the motorcycle to like trace the silhouette. I'm not gonna do it, but so yeah, let's add in. Let's try this. Let's go like this. Gonna go like that. This whole thing is gonna be on a separate layer. Maybe we get some lines here. And then the big old motor up here. Now, we can't actually tell what this is right now. Could probably even make it smaller. But we can come in here and start highlighting some stuff. Maybe there's some exhaust pipe or something in here. Maybe there's some of that blue lighting on here. Really, all of this is going to have to be in light. I don't know if this is going to be a good idea or not. I'm actually not very good at this kind of thing, this sort of dynamic, putting things in the foreground. Yeah, I don't, to be honest. I'm sort of just messing around, trying things out. I don't know if I want that right there. Could also put it off to the side here. But then I feel like I need to put a character on here, and I don't really want to put a character in here. It's not quite what I'm going for. So maybe there's pods. I feel like it adds a lot. Yeah, I mean, I think right now it doesn't because I'm not pulling it off well, and because it's kind of extremely loose. But I think in theory it could for sure. I think that's one of the things that it would do. Again, the perspective is poorly done. Big old, I don't know what this is. Big old back wheel. I don't know. Maybe I just not worry about it right now. First things first, though. Get rid of the other thing that I drew, and let's focus on the ground plane. I can always add it back in a bit. I mean, I'd have to redraw it because I totally deleted it, but that's okay. Maybe there's little bump outs here. Maybe there's... I don't know how these connect to the ground. I need to find palm trees. I think they just sit on the ground, right? Just like regular, like something like that. And then it's typically smooth on the bottom, and I think, and then they have the pokies and stuff on the top. Stuff like that. Okay. And so yeah, I'm gonna kind of replicate the big bases down here. Maybe some more palm trees back here. Again, it's not super important that I make it perfect because I am trying to kind of keep it very impressionistic a bit. Just sort of get the vibe and the mood. I'm not really worried about the design to be perfect. I do want some just interesting lighting though on the ground. Maybe there's some, again, the curbs. That's one thing that I've noticed a lot in here. I feel like in the future, in cyberpunk land, there's going to be stones and pebbles in here. Maybe there's little illuminated plants. Again, if we want things like that, we can. Maybe their houses have these little pathways. That are illuminated by neon lights. So there'll be a curve here. And in each one, there's going to be a house up here. Maybe that's how it is. Yeah. There we go. That's not a bad idea. Neon lights. Literally everything is assigned to me in Cyberpunk. Yeah, I like the idea of these little, like, pathways, maybe, of, like, lights or something. Maybe there's, again, these are gonna be houses. They're kind of traditional style, maybe, but then I'll add on to the top of them. I mean, it's very, again, I'm not the greatest, I think, at having good control over the shapes. I think I'm a little too impatient sometimes. But I do think there's some potential here. I want to make sure the shapes read against the sky. Maybe on these houses there's like generators. Again, I'm just kind of carving out shapes. We said there's maybe these little spiky things with the... Maybe that's too much focus right there. It's okay. And then over here, we should have a house. But again, this house is going to have this tilted roof, just like classic suburban home. But I do want to reference the image. So some of these homes have these little... They're not just simple homes. They have different shapes. Also, we want some light behind it to show the silhouettes. There's some distance, so we want to be able to see that there's stuff behind here. I'm going to make some lawn or distance back here. I'm adding a layer. So I'm adding an extra layer in front of these. Basically an extra ground plane, just to show that there's, you know, there's the road here, and then there's another gap here, and then there's the houses. So it sits back a bit. CC isn't working? I don't think I've turned it on today, did I? I forgot about that. I was tired before stream. I can turn them on. There also isn't any slideshow. Oh, slideshow's back. Joe, did you do the things? I didn't do the things. Let me turn on the captions. Speaking of cyberpunk, there was a funny AI thing today. Debacle that I got into. Not really debacle, but basically, I feel like, you know, as an artist, particularly doing environments, I see a lot of AI art, right? People love their AI environments. That's like one of the things Midjourney's been doing since, you know, early on. It's also the most passable, admitted, arguably. more so than characters. I think even now, I think both are very convincing to some degree, but there's certainly still stylistic differences in AI art. And oftentimes there's some telltale signs. So I'm going to go on a tangent here in story time. Uh, I stumbled across in on a subreddit that is it's imaginary environments or imaginary landscapes or imaginary castles. One of the imaginary something subreddits. I forgot which subreddit specifically. But anyway, they had some art posted that to me immediately sent off my alarms, right? Just like red flags everywhere. Okay, I'll show you the image I saw, and then I'll show you what happened when I clicked the image, and yeah, we'll go through this together because I think it's a funny little story. Okay, so let me show you the image. This is the image in question. Yeah, this is it's kind of a story. So this is the image in question. I saw it thumbnail size. I'm like, that's very complex. That looks beautiful, right? Um, oh no, not the. Anyway, and one of their rules is no AI, right? So I'm like, okay, I like to see fun stuff, and I don't want to see AI. So because I follow those subreddits, because some of them have cool art, sometimes not, but whatever. Anyway, so this is the artist. I'm like, this looks pretty AI, but like, let's see. Okay, well, it looks like they cleaned it up, but then I saw things like this. I'm like, okay, this is telltale AI, right? Like clear, like these weird shapes, right? I mean, it has everything. I was like, it has to be, right? So I'm pretty concerned. I'm like, I'm almost 100% convinced, right? The shapes just make no sense. There aren't any actual things. Like, you don't really get what's going on, right? The shapes are it's very surreal, but at the same time, there's obviously a ton of detail. And it's extremely uncommon that people who put this amount of detail and stuff are just going to make so many weird surreal. Yeah, no doubt AI, right? So yeah, I didn't have a doubt in my mind, but just to verify, I went to the rest of I clicked on the image and I saw this. Literally tons of paintings, all totally different, right? Not like it's 3D and they've rotated, right? Every single one is different. This one in particular, this is in the same post. Literally two horizon lines, right? Mountains back, new horizon line back here. There's a moon in front of the mountains. Like no artist is gonna make this mistake by putting a moon in front of the mountains, right? You can't have two separate horizon lines. Like, look, the water converges. You can't see my cursor, but if you look at the water, where it leads up to the moon, like it's the vanishing point, right? You can see the perspective. But then if you go up a little bit by these little towers, you can also see the mountains and like there's a new perspective. So like, yeah, and it just makes no sense, right? Yeah, it's very it looks cool. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, it's clearly AI because it doesn't know what it's doing, so it's very surrealistic and like what's happening with with these buildings where they just have like parts of them that are non-existent or like parts that blend into each other. Um, miniature Death Star fell out. Anyway, so I'm like 99% sure this is AI, right? Like I feel like I would bet a boatload of money. Anyway, so I just flat out said, I'm like, hey, I'm pretty sure AI is not allowed in this subreddit. And then I also saw this, and this guy says label it. So clearly, probably hinting at AI, it's not labeled because it says software used, Photoshop elements. I'm like, okay, this is, this guy did not label their art, but it's still very clearly AI, right? They have tons of images. They're all clearly AI, or not all of them. Some of them are harder to tell. This one, honestly, I couldn't tell. Honestly, I wouldn't have known. It has a style that's similar to it, but anyway. So I was like, I'm almost completely convinced. I know I haven't gotten to the point yet. And the guy replies back and says, he basically just says, no, it says that he used Photoshop elements. I'm like, okay, because clearly nobody's ever lied on the internet, right? Like, liars on the internet, get out of here. So out of my own curiosity, I booted up, the like Hive, they give you like a free trial or something. So I went to Hive and some of the other AI things and inserted all of these into it, and sure enough, they all come back like 99% AI, 94.2% AI, 92, like they were all over like 90%. I'm like, whatever. It's that thing's not infallible, right? It's literally detected Skittle's art as AI, and I know for a fact Skittle does not use AI. So it's not perfect, but like it's also saying it. So I'm like, let's go look at their other art. So so out of my own curiosity, I'm looking at their other art. Okay, this image up here looks very AI generated, right? Classic AI. Um, you click this. This one is quite literally AI. It even says it in the description, right? He even tagged it. He said experimenting and literally dumping AI art, dot, dot, dot. And yes, it's AI art, right? He even admits to it. So we know this guy uses AI, right? So why do we think this one isn't? Because he didn't say so? So I will say this is almost 100% AI, right? There isn't a punchline to this story. This is totally AI art. Like, it has every single sign. However, I was checking some of his older work, and this guy definitely is good at art, right? He has old work. This came out, for example, 5 years ago, right? Not AI, it's clearly photo bashed, kit bashed, it's matte painted, textures, all the stuff. Like, he clearly knows his stuff. Like, this dude is good at art. So he's good at like masking AI and he's good at fixing his stuff. But then I got to this image. And I don't know what to think of it. If you were to ask me if this is AI, I would say like probably 100%. Maybe he did some paint overs to make the humans look more human, but like this shape design to me screams AI. But it's not. Or maybe it is 5 years ago. How is this? I'm going full. I don't understand this image. So I know this guy uses AI. I know he doesn't tag it. I know people call him out on it. But this particular image confused the crap out of me. The shape design on this character has like all of the telltale signs of AI, like weird parts of the fabric not making sense, and like things just are weird and like wonky. It has like the hard edge with the light and shadow. Anyway, I was like, I don't know what I put into AI into Hive. It also thought it was AI, which again, bro, is what they trained. True. I realize AI is trained on real art, and yeah, but it's funny because this also fools the AI detection. A lot of the art, right? If I plug in like this other guy's art, if I plug in like this into AI, it says, 0% likelihood of AI, right? It doesn't think this is AI art, right? If I put in something that he says is AI, like this, right? It says 100% AI, right? It knows this is AI. It looks like AI, right? But this looks just as AI, in my opinion, as this other piece by him, which was posted honestly, I think he might have edited the original file. I know this is full on conspiracy theory. Maybe we could use Wayback Machine and see. I don't know. But this looks so AI to me, and it says it's not AI. Like, or again, how could it be? It's posted 5 years ago. So anyway, I don't know. I am so confused. Like, obviously it's edited, right? Don't get me wrong. Obviously he edited the words, whatever, right? There's stuff. But like, also look at this. This is the other thing that I got confused about. Not only there's different versions of the same image, and it's the character isn't a copy paste. Like, did he redo the character with different design details every time? Can we look at? Yeah, we can look at Cyberpunk. But like, if you look at like the outfit, like there's just random details. How was this posted 5 years ago? I don't. I don't know. It broke my brain. Is what I'm saying. I vote way back. Yeah, I'm interested. I am interested too because it has like all the telltale signs, but it was posted 5 years ago, and I do know the guy uses AI, right? Like he could have just edited the main file, but like why? I don't know. It's tinfoil hat. I'm gonna just remain confused. But anyway, so I still yeah. That was a really long-winded story without really any punchlines or anything, but Brewmaster Holston, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I think it's also fair to remember that AI is quite literally trained on people's art. So, you know, you could have like favoring certain styles or something funky going on. I don't know, but I just found it amusing and perplexing, and to dive into that. But the environments are like 100% AI, right? Surely. But again, I would have said that about that other image. Well, maybe not 100%. I would have been skeptical, but it's totally possible it's not. But the environments are. But yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. You never know, is what I'm saying. I guess that's kind of on theme of cyberpunk, to be fair. Okay, I do want to do a lot of cleanup on this because there's not okay. But also, let's do some add some motorcycles and stuff. Yeah, yeah. If somebody else wants to do Wayback Machine on that and see what that image looked like 5 years ago, I'd be curious. I'm kind of thinking he probably did paint it and it isn't AI, but like, dang, is it? It has the weird surrealism, multiple images in one post that are all very different but samey. So it's like, why would you make the same character in the same pose but totally different slightly, but like not enough to be a different design, just different, just different like details and blobs. It's like you have a character wearing the same coat, but you made it look different. And it's just weird. It's weird, man. I don't know. Heading off, uncover this conspiracy. Yeah, right. I need to. All right, are you heading off? If so, take care. I do need. I should uncover it. I might do it after stream. I'll get to the bottom of it. If you're curious about that person's profile, though, I can post it because I do think it's fascinating because they both admit to using AI and also fail to post their AI art a lot. And I just found it interesting, not to like, it's not even I don't actually care if people use AI for the most part. Ethical reasons aside, there are issues with it. I think especially for commercial work currently, which they seem to use it for, but um, I think the main thing is just, have your spaces for it. If you're going to use it, tag it, right? ArtStation is known to be a place that's filled with AI art now. That's fine. I just don't, whatever. That's kind of what it is now. But I just thought it was interesting, honestly, because some of it so clearly is, and then some of it you're not sure, but because it's not tagged. My hunch is almost all of it probably is, except for the stuff that was really old, but I don't know. And I'm sure the stuff that is AI, there's a lot of overpaint. Because the dude clearly knows his stuff. Anyway, I'm not really trying to focus on any one person. But... Okay, what do I want to do here? So I think the road... I am trying to stay on theme. The theme is Palm Springs. Palm Springs has a lot of... cracks in the sidewalk, but maybe in the future they fix that. Maybe there's some lights in here. I think what I'm going to try to do is to really crank up the neon. I'm going to do an overlay layer. I'm going to take like a dark purple and an airbrush. And I'm going to add like, well, maybe that's a bit much. Kind of added a little bit of a vignette around stuff. The third photo is watermarked as his name 2018, but the first are watermarked as 2013. Oh, really? So, did he add to it then? Is that the idea? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. That would make sense. So maybe he revisited an old design. Okay. That would make sense. Because, yeah, the last one definitely looks more Good investigating, by the way, Celadon. Okay, okay. Because yeah, I mean the last one is definitely higher detail. It looks much more like kit bashed and 3D than the others. Okay, I was gonna that okay. So I'd like I'm declaring a victory for my AI Spidey sense. Thank you, Celadon, for giving me some comfort that I'm not going crazy and I didn't have to be tinfoil hat conspiracy thinking that their art was posted 5 years ago that has every single sign of modern day AI. I didn't actually see that. Now that I'm looking at it, you're right. Yeah, it does say 2023. Look at his gun lady art again, bottom right. Yeah, I didn't see that the first time. I was like, just how, like, to me, all I saw was like, that has got to be AI, right? Like, everything about it. And I actually had put it into the AI thing and it said 99% AI, right? And I was like, okay, it looks like it. But then I saw the date and I'm like, wait, what? And it was like the one of those memes where it's like, huh? Like I just it's so confusing. But yeah, okay. Good to know. I feel like I wasn't going crazy, or I was going crazy, but I feel like I'm not anymore. Good to know. But yeah, it's misleading. And I don't like that. I don't like misleading. I mean, at least they did kind of clarify, so it's I guess good on them. Maybe it's not that misleading. I don't know. Illuminati better try next time. Hands out comfy tinfoil hats just in case. Anyway, I have to go. Bye bye. See ya. Take care. Hope you have a good day. Turgle Fopa. I don't know if that's how you say your name or not. Okay, so I'm gonna add in some big shadows into the foreground. I'm also gonna add in some darker shadows in here. So right now what I'm trying to do is make some of these windows. I'm just sort of coming in here, and again, I'm just hand painting them. Just putting some windows, some little details in here, some things that are maybe some neon colors, some interesting stuff. Also just some architecture, so I'm trying to draw some of the shapes. The shapes that are gonna make this be sort of telltale suburbia. So like a fenced area over here. Again, I'm not really trying to go too crazy. Um, it's funny though, when I think about AI art, there's actually a lot you can learn from it. Like how to um like how to imply details that actually tell you what they want to tell you because you see it go wrong so often. And you there are some stylistic choices I actually like. And it's weird to say, but sometimes I find myself trying to emulate certain qualities of AI that it does well, which is kind of silly because AI is emulated on other people's, but I don't know. So yeah, here's this. I'm trying to make some shapes. These houses are not going to have chimneys. There are some things like that you should, if you're going to take houses from a desert, you don't need to put chimneys in them. Maybe there's another house over here. A lot of these houses they're very rich, so they all have these fences. But inside their fences, they're all going to have these power generators. Maybe like that. Maybe in here, there's going to be some... I feel like we need some houses over here too, but maybe not. Maybe this will just be it'll go off into the distance. Like that. Hey, how's it going? Valkyrie, hello. iBiscuit says, I tried generating AI stuff at one point. It takes dozens of tries, and you can't just get it right, and it's infested with that weird vibe. Yeah. I mean, I think this is where, well, again, I don't like repeating myself, but I feel like it's sort of me clearing the air, or clearing my throat clearing, I guess is a term for it, where you kind of have to like say all the, well, like, like for example, it has its issues with copyright stuff. But if you want to use it on your own just for fun to play around with, I have no issue with that. I think once you're passing it off as your own work, and you're selling it and using it for commercial work, that's sketchy. But I'm all for playing with it. Also, people are gonna paint over it, right? I think if you're painting over it though, like yeah, some people are very skilled, right? You still have extremely good painters painting over AI that are very good at masking out all the wonkiness. And at the end, you honestly can't tell it's AI because every square inch might have been hand painted over. And you don't actually have to have kept anything, right? It's kind of like when people take a photo and just paint over it. They color pick each part and they repaint it. It can be quite passable, and that's kind of a problem. But yeah, AI it definitely doesn't always pop out great. It did feel inspiring to generate random ideas. See, I never felt like I don't know. I don't actually feel that it's. I didn't get anything out of it, or I don't really get anything out of it when I use AI. And when I have played around with it, it doesn't do it for me. Because for me, it's the idea, the process of idea generating, right, is like collecting. It's sort of like doing an investigation, right? You sort of, where you start, but you don't know where you're going to end up, right? With AI, you kind of do. Like, you kind of have to figure out what you want ahead of time, and then each time you do make little iterations, and you can always use it to help yourself generate more ideas. But I feel like the process of sort of idea generation not using AI requires things like research, right? You're using references not because of you need to know how to paint something or you want it to look good, but because it actually helps you understand what is in that area. So for example, knowing that a building in the desert doesn't need chimneys, right? That I just used that example earlier today, right? There's understanding why, because now if you're going to say, what about if I painted, this town that I'm painting, say not Santa Barbara, Palm Springs, right? Palm Springs in the winter, in an ice age, right? What would that look like? Well, maybe now you have reasons to put chimneys on their houses, right? But an AI might be like, oh, well, we want this place, all the architecture, and we now want it wintry, and it just inserts like, it tries to generate what that place would look like, but in the winter. Is it going to put chimneys on the houses? Does it know? Like, it might not, right? You may not realize that you need to, and maybe now the vehicles are changing, right? You're now going to add, all these other things that are appropriate in the winter, right? Maybe you have to, or if you're going to do Seattle in an ice age, right? Or maybe a city that's very steep on a hill, right? Well, suddenly you can't drive up these hills because they're too steep. So maybe they invent a system, right? Some sci-fi system that helps vehicles go up, like little, very gridded, like rigid staircases that you can drive on that sort of have this traction or something, right? Like, I feel like this is how you develop ideas, by understanding the place, by understanding things about design and what needs to work. There's a function to it, right? I feel like where you end up is sort of different than where you start, right? You might just start, say, Seattle in an ice age, but you don't know what that's going to mean, right? Because you have to think it through. You have to go in and understand and design and come up with ideas and do. It's not just let me make something that looks beautiful, right? If I type in Seattle Ice Age or Seattle in an ice age, I bet you the AI can spit out some gorgeous images. But is it going to have the design and is it going to end up just what you would expect, or is it going to be interesting ideas? And I don't know. I'm right. Like, I like that process. Like, the process is enjoyable. I can learn, right? You can go do research. It's sort of it makes you better. It just, regardless of the end product and what it looks like, that journey it sends you on ends up making you more informed. You learn things, you explore. It is like going on a journey, and you get a lot out of the journey, right? It's not like you get back home after a big adventure and you're like, oh, well, that was all for nothing. I ended up at the same spot. Like, no, you went on this journey. You brought something back with you, right? It wasn't just you went somewhere and came back and it was all for nothing because you're back at home. Like, no, you've learned along the way. You've developed your ideas. It's going to end up with what you expect plus AI equals no way. I mean, I'm not saying doesn't. I mean, AI makes beautiful work, right? And it might give you stuff you don't expect, but you don't always know why it gave it to you, right? And I think the sort of developing the idea, to me, is the underappreciated part of art making. It's sort of the coming up with ideas and problem solving, and just even things like, we need to fill this space, right? Let's put something here, right? Our intuition said, oh, let's put a motorcycle. That's very cyberpunky. Maybe we do something different. Maybe these people don't leave their homes. Maybe the roads have all been, carved into, and there's cables now. That's actually what I'm going to do, by the way. And now there's cables that run down the roads, because who needs to just drive places? Right? So they have these giant cables in the roads. They transfer all of this power or something, right? Maybe they use drones to fly, so they all have little drone pads on their houses, right? Like drone pizza deliveries and stuff, right? These little drone pads. This idea is not mine, by the way. This is a real thing. They actually have little attachable drone pads with charging ports. That's like a thing. But anyway, my point is that, like, sometimes if you think you know what you want at the start, it's not a good idea. And I've mentioned this so many times. Also, thank you all for the follows. Shape Forest, I appreciate it. Anyone who followed earlier, I appreciate it. I look forward to all the ways humans into ingenuity will evolve and try to keep trying to trick or outpace AI. It's really cool what people are already doing. Yeah. Midjourney has some free tries. Yeah, it does. It works on Discord. Yep. And I imagine you could just make a new Discord account too, and you can get 20 free tries over and over and over again. I'm sure that would work. Or maybe I'm not sure, but I have a hunch it would. But yeah, it's worth experimenting with. But again, as long as it's for commercial work, and I don't like people claiming I made this. Like, no, you didn't. Yeah, I made it. Like, it's cool to experiment and see what it can do. But yeah, I don't know. I have mixed feelings. I wouldn't ever use it for commercial work. I wouldn't. I don't even wouldn't use it for personal. Like, I wouldn't ever post it anywhere. Like, I think it's fun to explore, and I think, at some point, it's gonna be, I'm sure there will be either ethical models, or it'll just be generally acceptable that that's an acceptable form of theft, because courts will rule against artists or something. Like, I think at some point AI is going to be a thing no matter what, right? Yeah, claiming you made it feel so wrong. It does feel so wrong. It feels extremely wrong. I mean, because you didn't make the decisions, and I think the thing that I try to express is that that thought process I was just talking about, where you develop your idea as you go, and you don't know where you're going to end on that journey because you haven't thought everything through yet, right? And as you think things through, you start asking questions and coming up with answers, and pretty soon it's going to be a different spot than what you started with, right? You might have an idea for a cyberpunk uh, Palm Springs, but you don't really know what that means, right? You haven't done the design work. Like, you could just take cyberpunk elements and mash them together, but like, what's unique about Palm Springs, and why what makes it cyberpunk? Like, what is cyberpunk? What is this place? What can I do? Like, how might these people live differently than somewhere else? And like, those are answers that you don't really know the answer to because you haven't come up with them yet. I'm trying to make these things look round, or at least look like cables. We'll go like that. Thank you for the follow, Kratrixixi. I don't know how to say your name, but thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, I think sometimes though, when I talk about like AI, I think I sound both like there's negativity in my voice, I think, but also I don't really want it to sound that way because I think there's a lot of cool stuff with it. It's just, yeah, it's a charged topic, I think, for sure. I do feel strongly about it because there's definitely theft, and people are not held accountable for how it's created, and people shouldn't be taken advantage of to make something, even if that something is kind of cool. Um, so yeah. Okay, so I'm kind of happy with this. I think that these shapes, though, don't get small enough back here. I'm trying to think of shapes right now. At least a little bit. I know, not that this. It's funny. Cynics always harps on shape design. That's like just one of the things that he always harps on. And I like it because it makes it so when I do a project, if I think of it as this is a project for Cynics' channel, then suddenly I'm focused on those things that I know he focuses on. And I think it can be fun to like channel your inner whoever. Like, if you know someone's always a stickler for perspective, you imagine that you're submitting this to their class, right? And like, oh well, I better fix my perspective because they're gonna destroy me if I don't. And same for Cynic, right? He's big on shapes, so it's like, oh well, I better focus on my shapes because otherwise Cynics is gonna have something to say about it. Um, and I think it's fun, and I feel like I need to come up with like a list of people who I can sort of pretend that I'm gonna submit stuff to be like, oh, I better focus on this. Because like shape design's a good one, right? Or like small, medium, large. I remember Fish came in one day and I was like, he's like, oh, you should totally vary the shape sizes, um, small, medium, large shapes. I'm like, you what? You're totally right. And now whenever I think about Fish coming in, I'm like, oh, I've got to fix my shapes. Which I love it. I love that I do that because it's sort of it's like a hack to like, it's like a flashcard, You see it and you make an association, you're like, oh, now I gotta do that. And it's sort of a reminder. Does CSV have a layer limit? Not that I know of, but I don't know. I actually I want to say no, but I don't know for sure. So I'm trying really hard right now to be mindful of tangents. Um, Basically, I'm coming in here and I want to make these lines back here intersect stuff properly. Someone told me that Procreate has a layer limit, but I also don't know if that's true. I think it does. I think Procreate does. I don't think Clip Studio does, and the reason I say that is because it already has crazy bloated file sizes. Yeah, I think you can maybe set it. It depends on your CPU. That would make sense. But yeah. Oh crap! Did I just crash? No. Okay, that's good. But yeah, so CSP already has kind of a bloated file size with like the the time lapse feature, so it wouldn't surprise me if it was some unreasonably large number. Okay, 10,000. Yeah, that's a lot. Okay, so these little birds are gonna have eyes. Oops, this should be. So I'm kind of undoing a lot of the stuff that I did earlier because I'm kind of going back in and trying to clean things up. Again, I do want interesting shapes up here, so I am going to kind of come in here and add some interesting shapes, or at least just little spikes and stuff. Not everything has to be super well defined. I think that's one thing that I do struggle with. And funny enough, that's one thing I think AI is good at, and you can actually learn from it, which is there is a like I think I've always had this notion in my head that like, when it comes to soft edges, so like hard and soft edges, right? Or areas that are in focus and areas that are out of focus. I always had these like, sort of ways that what does that mean if something is sort of in focus, right? So obviously things like, um blurry, right? Blurriness is obviously an element of being in focus, but you could also use just like more texture, right? You could use graininess. You could use, you know, if I use a lot of textured brushes in the background, right, that creates a soft edge. Whereas if I create quite literally a hard edge, it's gonna be that looks more hard edge than say this this brush, right? Because this one has texture on the edge and where this one doesn't, or not as much, right? So if I add texture brushes, technically this isn't blurry, it's just looser brush strokes, right? And so there's a loose, so if you use big loose brush strokes, it looks softer, right? So maybe I would do a selection in the background and I do these big brush strokes. But also, I feel like how well defined the details, right? So obviously a big shape, a big just house shape, like this, a simple house shape that is just more or less a square is going to look further away and less detailed than something that has more complex shapes, right? But I feel like there's another one, which is just having shapes that make sense. And this is something that AI kind of opened me up to. There is an element of softness to sort of this abstract jumble of shapes where you look at it and your brain just can't pick out what it's looking at because it's so weird. But it's still hard edges. They just have a jumble of weird shapes. So it's like I'm just gonna put a triangle and a square, and it's like you at some point look at this and you're like, what is that? Like I don't know what I'm looking at. So that's actually something I want to experiment with a little bit because I do think it's a interesting way to approach shapes and like in detail. Like you can kind of make things a little bit surreal in areas that aren't of interest. And if you do it right, it seems like you can pull attention away from it because your brain it almost looks like fuzz. It's like that weird undefined shape. So your brain's like, okay, well, I'm going to look at stuff that I can actually see. But it's not just like you're classic hard edge, soft edge stuff. I don't know. So I thought that was an interesting sort of thing to notice. Let's go like this, a little bit lighter on top. And then we'll go like that, and like that. These are some. There, some blobs up here. Maybe some shapes here to define edges. Some of these are a little weird, but I do think, like, so for example, the shapes that I'm drawing back here, they're supposed to be mechanical. I don't know if they quite look mechanical yet, but I do kind of like some of the look here. They're like stoplights, but not really. Okay, and then I do think I want the shadows in here. But then I'm gonna come back in and add in a lot of little bits of light. So this pink light can still come in here. I might actually just come in with color dodge and see what happens. I feel like that's going to look good. Maybe some shapes back here as well. I mean, again, this is Palm Springs, right? So we do actually have mountains in the back. So let's draw some mountains. I do want to be faithful to the prompt. They're very jagged mountains too. Or not jagged, sorry, they're just bumpy. Lots of ups and downs. They're very contoured because I think they're quite close. There we go. And let's go like that. Hey, can I see the initial options? Yeah, so we actually didn't vote today. We didn't vote because this is for the Chroma Core prompt, which is an environment. It's a Palm Springs cyberpunk. But yeah, let me show you. So these are what we did today. We didn't do that many. We only did a few. They were all portrait style. Tosh, how are you, by the way? I don't think I said a proper hello. Hope you're doing well, Tosh. You said, okay, so if I got an iPad Pro, then I might potentially have more layers available, yeah? I don't know how that works. You mean for CSP? I don't actually know. Yeah, sorry, Tosh. I realized I don't know, I feel like I didn't greet you properly and say hello. That was very rude of me. Oh, cool, you've really touched on Cyberpunk. Yeah, me neither. Cyberpunk is tough. Let's close out some of these things that we were doing in other streams. Cyberpunk definitely is tough. I don't feel like I'm great at it. Yeah, not super great at it. I feel like I want something in the foreground here. I know it's a little cliche to put stuff like that, but I I want to make sure that this thing back here, I think of neon abstract shapes and futuristic feel. Yeah. I'm trying to bring in the neon. I could probably do it a little bit more, to be honest. Um I mean, I'm kind of doing sunsetty too, but I think you're nailing it so far. Thanks. Yeah, I'm trying to bring in the neon. I don't know why there would be lights going down here, but maybe it kind of looks cool. Very Tron-esque. Something like that's kind of cool. And then maybe there's some, I don't know, some glowing other colors in here as well. Maybe some orange or yellow. I don't know. I'm trying to think about how I want to do this. I mean, I think the worst thing right now is the framing. I think these two big trees here are not great. Um, I think here I'm gonna try something, which is to get rid of this biggest one a little bit, or at least change it, because this might be a terrible choice. Nah, maybe not. I kind of like it there. Maybe this one's the bad one. I say the bad one like there has to be one, but there doesn't. I think the framing's a bit much. Yeah, one tree. Yeah, that's true. Maybe one tree comes from the side. I mean, I could also do something like that where there's just some additional trees. But yeah, I think this whole thing is just there's like a tree here and a tree here. It feels a little artificial. You have very goalposts. I mean, it works because it's very much one point perspective. I think having a tree though come from the side here would be not too bad because the image does lead that way. Yeah, yeah, I do think something like that could work because like the whole image is kind of guiding our eye. So maybe this would work, and then we could have these trees hang down this way, and so maybe I can get rid of some of this, but still have palm trees here. Something like that. This might work. So yeah, basically I'm very quickly blocking this all in, of course, but and I can still have stuff back here, right? I can still have things back here, like trees, but they're just not going to be in that part of the image. That might be a little crooked. I don't know. That might just be worse. I don't know. It's kind of interesting. And of course, I can I can spread it out. I think there's something to it, though. I mean, maybe there's something else I can do that guides the eye up. Composition looks well dissected as well. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely something there to it. What do I want to do in the sky, though? That's the question. Because I did just chop out a big portion of this. See, I feel like now I need to extend this over more. The cross palm trees, there's an in and out right next to the picture plane. An in and out. I don't think I know that term. Do you mean this? This thing? This little shape? This probably shouldn't be pointing at the edge. I could maybe go like that, too. I don't know. I mean, I'm okay with stuff coming off the... Oh, the fast food... Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, an in and out, the food. Oh, you don't have it in Washington. I see. Okay. I also don't have a lot in my town where I live. The cross palm tree... Is that what that means? That's funny. I thought you meant, like, compositionally there was some in and out thing going on. I didn't realize you were referring to the food place. Okay, so what I'm doing here is just uh, defining silhouettes a little bit better. And then, and then I can come in here and start reshaping them. Just kind of cutting into them, making the shapes kind of interesting. Again, I don't want it too hanging down. I could probably come in here and go like this. Or maybe the other way. And I think this works. Yeah, I think that works. I could maybe even bring this up a bit. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of compositional things with palm trees, but maybe that'll be fine. This also should probably... I'm not a big fan of doing textures too much, but I think I can very quickly blob in lines here. I feel like this tree should probably be a little bit crooked as well. Like, it's weird to have one perfectly straight tree and then one not. Like, I don't want this tree to completely look like it's falling over. I mean, it totally does, but also, that's fine. Also, this looks like a person on accident. I didn't mean for it to look like that. But what are these? There needs to be something here. Let's see, are there garbage cans? Do they have I assume they have garbage day where there's... Let me close this. Let me Google. Let's go to Palm Springs Google Maps. Let's go back to Google Maps. Let's go look at Palm Springs again. Palm Springs, California. Suburbs of Palm Springs. Let's go. All right. So here's what I'm looking at. I'm gonna take this little character and suburbs right there. Bloop. Drop them in. Alright, so here we are. We're in our beautiful town. Oh, they have this little park. Okay, some rocks. That's cool. There's cars. We travel down the road a bit. They have some lighting, telephone poles. They do have a lot of shrubberies, which again, in what are these? Cute little mailboxes? Hmm. What are the objects? So we can have bushes and shrubs. I like the mountains in the background. Also, is that snow on the mountains? It's pretty cool. The mountains are that high? They can get snow in this area? I didn't know that. That's cool. Ooh, they have the tall trees too, the cypresses or whatever. Yeah, car charging. I'm just thinking of things that like stick out, shrubberies. I mean, there's a lot of plants, but like there's not, gosh, everything's very suburbia here. I like the roofs though. I think that's a fun architectural detail, and I think I'm gonna use that. Um, Again, not much, but just little notches here and there. Maybe there's little lines or something I draw to show. Something. Yeah, but yeah, I think I want to put some stuff like this so that it sort of, I don't know, it feels like it would make sense that we'd have these little stations. And I think that's what I'm going to do over here. Again, I don't really know what these are. Maybe this is like a bush or shrubs, right? Like we can still have some tallish columnar trees sticking up. I don't feel like there's going to be a lot of there's not going to be a lot of greenery probably in a cyberpunk future, but maybe, especially in the desert, there probably isn't going to be a lot. But there's going to be some. Let's see, what else? I mean, it's honestly just a lot of detailing, and you could have, yeah, electric car charging port. That's true. How do they look? I don't even know what they look like. Let me Google them. Oh, electric car charging port images. They're very. Oh, I see. Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Okay, so we could actually have one right here. I don't know if we're gonna be able to pull it off and make it look like a thing, but we could go like just having something off the side here. Something like that. Some lines back here. I do want to be careful with this though. where things pass in front of each other in the right way. I mean, I kind of just want to put darkness back here, but I'm afraid to... Like, yeah. And then we can have, of course, we can render it a little bit by putting some sleek lines on it. A charging station, I guess. You can't really tell what it is, but I don't know, it's something. So let's add some texture and stuff to these. Because these are, after all, palm trees. Something like that. Let's see, what else can we do with the electric, or it's not electric, Palm Springs. I mean, I feel like we want, we said birds, right? Some birds up here. I think really just defining shapes a little bit. I mean, I made this very messy. If I were doing my best, I would probably just essentially start over and trace out shapes and make them just do the design a little bit better. I don't know what these little glowy lights are, but they're something. Maybe some drones. Some package delivery drones up here. Maybe some drones like this. Again, just kind of going very, very basic here. And then I'm going to put little lights. So here's my little drone. Little box shape. I don't know why we can see the propellers, but, you know, whatever. We can now. Maybe they should be circular. That'd probably be more accurate as of propeller shapes, where we can't actually see the exact. We can have little lights on the bottom. These are our birds. We can just draw little shapes like this. Maybe there's some little things dropping down. There's this technology where they have these drones that can deliver things with lines that just drop down from the drones and they deliver the packages. We could include some of those. Just really anything. I'm sort of just grabbing everything that is remotely futuristic and slapping it in there. And also shapes of stuff. Also, what is that? It's like blobby shapes that make no sense. Get rid of that. There, something like this is cool. Let's see, what else can we do here? Feel like some lighting in here. Again, it's not great process, I think, to try and paint between lines. In theory, you should do layers and stuff, but this, yeah, not today. Okay. I'm going to merge all of visible, and I'm actually going to come in here. This is something I've almost never done before, but you take a smudge brush and just smudge up to the edges as like almost like a yeah, just smudge brush. I'm literally just smudging things to eliminate some of the details. But also it's with a very hard brush, so I can get some nice crisp edges. So for example, like in the corners here, I can smudge up to the edge and kind of blend the edge so that I can make these sharper lines. Get rid of some of the extraneous details a little bit. I don't know. It's not great. I love the little details, and then you like let's eliminate. Well, it's not. It's more like the ones that don't. Yeah, I mean it's a delicate process. I feel like I don't I'm not I don't think I'm great at it. Sometimes I probably do it more than I should. But some of them, for example, like I think some of them are fine, like around the trees, like this stuff. I think that's okay because it's kind of this little. It's almost like a interesting choice, right? It's sort of these abstract shapes. And I think those are fine. In fact, I could even add some. But then there's things like where the lighting is, right? I think where the lighting is, I want stuff to be a little bit more crisp. Hey, how DK, how are you? Like I want stuff to be a little bit more crisp with the lighting, and it gets a little foggy sometimes with like colors and because I smudged so much and shapes kind of got lost. Um, so I think it can help. Like if I have a bunch of black smudgy marks in here, like I want this part to look like a softer smoke cloud or something. So it just makes sense to eliminate some of that stuff. Or if there's a shape that's confusing, I just want, I don't know, sometimes I want to simplify things. Also, a tangent here, or I don't know if you'd call this a tangent, but there's this cloud of brightness and then it just ended at the top. So I'm going to extend the brightness up a little bit. Just a little bit. Also, I'm going to extend the brightness just a little bit behind this thing because it's kind of an interesting little detail up here. But there's this little drone, even if he's very hardly visible. But we can make him a little bit more visible by adding a bit of light around the edges, making this cloud a little bit more clear. Let's see. I think this is another feature where like I like the idea of this cloud, but it's not quite working for me. And also like this, is this going to be an artificial? That was my initial idea, was an artificial tree. It doesn't really look artificial though, it just looks kind of dead.
There we go. And then maybe there's some off in the background, some very distant ones. Maybe some over here. I think I'll go for another 20 minutes or so. I feel like I'm getting to the point where it really is just a matter of some little details and design stuff, and there isn't a whole lot to do. It's just a matter of details, which I don't really like details, so probably not spend too much longer on this. But I think this kind of thing, it really is like, this is like the most generic idea. Like, I didn't do a lot of research. I didn't do different iterations. I literally went with the first composition sketch. And I think this is not great habits to do. But yeah, Tosh, I oftentimes do that where people will like it something and then I immediately eliminate it. It's never intentional. It just happens. Um, Oftentimes it happens with colors. Somebody will be like, "Oh, I really like the colors." I'm like, "Let's eliminate them. Let's make it more saturated." Especially with pastel. Anytime someone's like, "Oh, I really love the pastel-y colors," I'm like, "You know what? It doesn't. It's too desaturated. Let's add in saturation." And then I slap in the glow dodge, and suddenly it ruins it. So that's quite common. Okay, one thing I think that I haven't quite captured is there's an actual texture that I'm looking at that has it's just basically just a rock path. So not path, but patch of rocks. And I feel like a lot of these places, the rocks, if they're especially if they're what's the word I'm going for? If they're catching sunlight, right? They're white rocks. They're gonna be very bright. So I think I can just come in here and add in some of these brighter spots. Also, it's going to carve out some shapes, which I think is nice. And then I can put some more shapes back here that are darker. I'll often try to compliment you, but my compliments are based on my taste and vision, not yours. Yeah, yeah. Hey, ultimately, we all see different things. Same work, but it's not. But it's what you're trying to communicate. Ultimately, that comes through. True. Well, yeah, I don't intentionally do it. When someone's like, "Oh, I really love the pastel-y colors," and I immediately like, "Oh, let's get rid of them." It's more of like well, oftentimes it's a delay issue where somebody says something, and then by the time I read it, I've already gotten rid of it. But a lot of times, it's more just it's good and it's okay. Like there's something there, but I'm not really comfortable with working with it or pushing it further. And maybe I had a different idea, and so I just sometimes I'll end up ruining the thing that people like about it. And it's hard. It's I can't please everyone. If you were doing this and you were in my shoes right now, you would probably make slightly different choices than me, which is understandable. Your painting would not be the same as mine. Like somebody else had mentioned adding a motorcycle. I didn't do that. Um, so I'm still not sure if this is. I still don't think. I think this is the biggest weakness of the painting right now. This thing. Probably. Hmm. Let's add some light under these trees and under here. under here. Basically, I'm adding lights underneath the stuff, which is a little unusual, I feel like. There can be lights on top too. But yeah, I'm just coming in here and adding little highlights. Maybe stuff like this. Little bits. I'm actually curious what would happen if I came in here and added like a big old highlight. Might be a bit much. Oh, it's kind of cool. Like that very graphical look. I don't think I like it, but I kind of do. No, I think I should probably make this just softer, if anything, not harder. Maybe there's a little bird up here. Sorry, I wasn't chatting just a second ago, but yeah. Okay, so little birds up here. Some angry bird looking things. The birds are fake. Maybe I should put some signage up here, be like, fake birds. Birds aren't real. That should that'd be a funny graffiti. Birds aren't real. I feel like there should be some anarchy going on in a cyberpunk. Not anarchy, but you know what I mean. Like the nut jobs who. So is this like a traffic light setup? What's your idea of what the lights mean? I don't know what the lights are. The lights could be things for drones. They could be, I don't know. Bird watching goes both ways. Yeah, exactly. Bird watch. Yeah. Drone birds. No, I don't know. It could be anything. Anything that's sort of maybe they're lights for. I don't know. I imagine like this. So the palm trees I imagine are like regular palm trees, but like this structure here or this structure, I don't quite know what it's doing. Um, I imagine it's something that was built. It has. I don't know what it's for. I can't even speculate. I should probably have some idea, but yeah, don't really know. Maybe indicates true. That's not a bad idea. Air quality is safe today. That's a good one. Yeah, air quality. I mean, they could be multi-purpose, right? They could be air quality. They could be sort of like air traffic controller lights, where it's like just void palm trees. I mean, you would think that would be higher up though, because it'd have to be higher than the palm trees. It could be for like I don't know some sort of thing for I don't know. I have no idea. I imagine there isn't a lot of regular traffic though, because they have these cables throughout the streets. Maybe again, I don't know why the charging station's here. This is still my biggest concern. I don't know why it's here. Um, but yeah, I'm kind of happy with this. I am gonna try something though. So before I end, before I end, I'm going to merge visible. I'm going to save the image. And then I'm going to play around with saturation. Oftentimes as I paint, because I mix on the canvas and I'm oftentimes painting on like a single layer, I end up making the painting very gray. So I'm going to do hue, saturation, luminosity. I'm just going to crank up the saturation. Okay, so this is extreme. But I think there's some spot where it's quite nice. So maybe I will use this. And I will make a new layer. I'll make a mask. I'm going to do a layer mask selection. And I'm just going to paint out basically a vignette. I'm going to keep the blue sky. I'm going to get rid of the saturation of the trees a little bit. There. Keeping the focus on the sunset. There we go. I like that. A little bit more saturated, a little bit punchier. What else? I think that's about it. I kind of like what's going on here. For the most part, there's some weird shapes in the background, I guess. Like this stuff is kind of wonky, maybe. I mean, it doesn't need to be perfect, and it's fine to have weird shapes. In fact, the weird shapes are kind of desirable. Yeah, so I do want to bring back in some of these lines. Maybe there's some cables hanging on here. Like that. What else? I feel like we could probably have lines come this way, this way. Ooh, I like that. I like those shapes. So if we have these little power lines, I like the lines coming down at an angle. We have these little beacons almost, these towers. I feel like these are nice shapes. And again, the reason I wanted to make the focus a little bit up high, kind of, is that I do think it was sort of playing to the strengths of the format. Anyway, we'll just work with this. All right, I think I'm going to end here. Thank you all for hanging out. I apologize if I was a little bit silent some of the stream. I'm a little tired today, or I was a little tired today. Still am. So yeah, thank you all for being here. Let's go find somebody to raid. I think we did a decent job at this, considering we started the thumbnails an hour into stream because I didn't realize this was even going to be a thing today. But yeah, I think it works. It's kind of cyberpunky. It sort of works. I'm sure I'll look at it in like 30 minutes and be like, oh my gosh, what the heck did I do? Or why did I do this? I'm sure there's choices that weren't the greatest, but let's go to Skittle. Let's go to Skittle. Skittle is an art streamer. If you don't know him, you should. He does environments. Jishu, amazing painting. Thank you. So yeah, let's go raid Skittle. Skittle's a friend of the stream. Also, why is this so loud? But yeah, Skittle's a friend of the stream. He does environment painting as well. I don't know what he's working on right now. I guess we'll find out though. Once the ad is, I'm out of the ad. I actually don't know what he's painting. I think he's painting a bench of some sort. I actually have no idea. But I guess we'll find out. Have a good one. Thank you, Bedhead. I do have a raid call if you want to use the raid call. And I hope to see you all on Saturday, hopefully with me being more rested. I actually took the day off of work Saturday, so I will be more rested. And hopefully I will, yeah. More rest on Saturday. That's the plan. So yeah, take care, everyone. See you all. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, anyone who stuck around after the raids. Thank you. And yeah, be well, stay hydrated, and get some sleep. So just talking to myself here. But yeah, take care. See you Saturday. Have a good rest of your week. And happy arting. Bye.